I will call to order this meeting of the Grand County Commission on June 7th. In attendance, we have Commissioners Evan Clapper, Mary McGann, Trish Hedin, Josie Kovash, and myself, Jacques Hadler, and Kevin Walker. We also have Commission Coordinator Alicia Oliver. I'm sorry, Alicia. Associate County Administrator Quinn Hall and Administrator Mallory Nassau. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I'm also here, Jacques.
Thank you, Sarah, and, and Commissioner Stock as well. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Before we get started with the meeting today, we have a lot of folks here. As you know, on Sunday, we suffered a major fire in the county at the Pat Creek Campground Mobile Home Park. So I wanted to take a moment to say that our thoughts are with those who have lost their homes to the fire. I believe there are 6 homes completely destroyed, and recognize that other than losing a loved one, losing one's home is probably the most traumatic thing that a person could go through. So I also wanted to recognize all of those who are here and who aren't here, who helped out in the effort to put out the fire. It sounds like this could have been much, much worse if the fire had gotten into the creek, and many more of those mobile homes could have potentially burned if it wasn't for the great action of so many of you all, including firefighters and sheriff's deputies, EMS crew, and I'm sure others. So great thanks to you all for that, and major kudos for keeping the fire contained and not getting as more out of hand as it could have. I also want to note that this is a big process to get the affected area cleaned up and safe for residents to be able to return to their homes and potentially be able to rebuild. And we just got word that, correct me if I'm wrong, but Sheriff White has announced that the mobile home park is open for residents to return to their homes, those who haven't lost their homes. Is that correct? Great. That's a super fast turnaround. So thanks to everybody who was involved in that effort, and that includes many in the county, including the Southeast Utah Health Department, other county departments like buildings and roads, as well as solid waste. Thanks to the Dominion Gas Company, and thanks to Rocky Mountain Power. Also a thanks to Mike Bynum, who generously donated hotel rooms to house the victims of the fire on Sunday night, to house the evacuees. And I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody, but I don't mean to. If you're here in the room, and many of you are, we appreciate you coming. And again, thank you sincerely. And if you'd like to come up and introduce yourselves and who you're with, and we did bring a small token of our appreciation that we'd like to give you guys too. So thank you all very much. Your efforts are outstanding and awesome. You want to start with sheriffs? Yeah.
Nobody will move first.
Right. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, if you want to come up and just introduce yourselves, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Jameson Wiggins with the Sheriff's Office. Anything else?
That sounds great, Jameson. Thank you.
Sergeant Michael Palmer, Grant County Sheriff.
Deputy Vanessa Scow, Grand County Sheriff's Office.
Thank you.
Deputy Austin Brewer.
Thank you.
Deputy Clint Johnston with the Sheriff's Office.
All right, thank you.
Ruby Sanchez, Grand County Dispatch.
Thanks.
Mindy Lammert with Grand County Dispatch.
Thank you.
Michael Ward, Deputy with the Grand County Sheriff's Office.
Thanks.
Sergeant Kurt Brewer, the Sheriff's Office.
Thank you. All right, and anyone from the fire department who is here, if you'd like to come up?
Fire Department, EMS.
Brandon McGuffey, Moab Fire. I just wanted to say thank you to all the other agencies that were involved, city, public. It was awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
Shay Walker, Moab Fire.
Thank you.
Brian Burston, Moab Fire Department.
Thanks.
Cody Thurlow, Assistant Grand County Fire Warden for Forestry Fire State Lands.
Thank you.
Michael Blackwell, EMT, Grand County EMS.
Thanks.
Dusty Passarella, Grand County EMS.
Thank you.
Brett Sherman, Grand County EMS.
All right, and anybody else who's with one of the county departments that helped out, or with Dominion Gas or Rocky Mountain Power. And we also wanted to thank Rim to Rim Restoration for their efforts with helping getting things back to normal.
Rim to rim. All right, come up and picture. Yes, yes. Want to give one to Karen even though she's not coming.
Thank you.
I'll also say, I think I encountered some Grand County Road Department employees managing one of the roadblocks on Murphy Lane.
Yeah, we mentioned Grand County roads for sure, and thank you to Bill Jackson and his crew, absolutely. And Bill Hulse from Buildings as well, with a huge effort.
The filter from the county was quite handy too.
Awesome, thank you. All right, thank you guys so much for a job well done, and you're lucky you're. And you're welcome to stay for the commission meeting if you care to also.
You don't want to stay another 4 hours?
All right, we're up to our citizens to be heard. So if anybody has a public comment, we'll start with citizens in the room here. Anybody care to come forward and be heard? Please come forward. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Maureen Kane. I'm the co-owner of the Pat Creek Mobile Home Estates. And I just want to say thank you to everybody who participated in trying to control the fire. You did a marvelous job. I understand no one got hurt. One firefighter was treated with smoke inhalation. But if that was the worst of it, then this could have been such a greater disaster. I just want to thank everyone for their fast response and their professional response. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Any other citizens to be heard in the chambers here? Do we have anyone online that would like to be heard? Doesn't appear to be. All right, next up we have presentations, and we'll start with the appropriately enough, the forestry, fire, and state lands fuel reductions presentation.
Okay, I can share a presentation.
Just make sure you're speaking in between your two.
Oh, this mic works. Okay, great.
Yeah, and just, yeah.
Cool, awesome. Okay, yeah, so this was scheduled a while ago, so this doesn't, we just happened to have this fire this last week, but so I'm Duncan Puchise, so Southeast Area Wildland Urban Interface Coordinator for the Division of Forestry, Fire and State Lands. So that's private land fuels reduction and state land fuel reduction, so.
And I'm Cara Dornwind, the Director of Interim Restoration, and I'm here because I've been working on some of these fire fuels mitigation issues in the creeks since around 2000-ish. So
yeah, so this is partially just to kind of talk about what's happened so far, as well as kind of an update on what happened with Team Rubicon, since we were the ones coordinating that on our end. So we'll just go right into it.
So this this image is I didn't find the proper map, but I can pass this around to y'all. But there's been work happening along the creeks since around 2000 to do various removal of predominantly Russian olive, but also tamarisk, which is pretty immense fire fuels hazard in the creeks. And the reason we focused on the creeks, the reason I got involved was actually more related to flood flows and native plants, but the fire fuels aspect of it is pretty much drives a lot of it. So this was just to point out that since around 2000, there has been work going on. I know there's not a lot of understanding of that in the community at times. And this map, which I'll just pass around, reflects more accurately than this one. This is from a proposal, and it's kind of a more streamlined map. It's pretty complex, the patchwork that we've worked on over the years. And it has come and gone with different entities involved, but Greene County has been a participant over the years in different ways.
So this is just kind of the summary of during Operation Slick Rock. So again, that was early March with Team Rubicon. Oh, there it is, March 11th to 18th with Team Rubicon. Team Rubicon had about 45, 50 volunteers for 8 days. And so this is just kind of the breakdown of what we accomplished during that time and all the participants. And this participant list is actually longer because like Southern Baptist was there, Red Cross was there doing support functions for the operation, but primarily it was there for cutting Russian olive and elm out of the creek corridor. So we got about 9 acres cleared. And this, I think this kind of just partially emphasizes how expensive this work is. Team Rubicon's number there is mostly volunteers, so we're really thankful that they were able to come and help us with this work. Yeah, it's dense, expensive, yes, crazy work. So
and these images show you the before and after of one of the clearing sites, so it shows you how dense it was. You can actually, I was helping a friend during the fire this weekend, and you actually could see this break from where I was, and there's a lot in there that needs to come out to make it a safer place.
Okay, so this is just a list of some of the people that are working on this and some of the resources that they provide. So yeah, we deal with a lot of grant funding. We have a field crew, and we contract people to go in and do work. One of those people that we contract is the Conservation Corps, UCC,
Yeah, we work with some outreach. We're starting to work more on the outreach side of it. Thankfully, Forestry, Fire and State Lands has re-entered this process in a much more significant way in the last few years, thanks to Duncan's presence actually in his position. It's been a huge asset to this community. And so rather than this tiny nonprofit trying to make this happen, it's now happening in a more appropriate way, in my opinion. And then we can focus more on the follow-up and working with landowners and trying to make sure that things stick. Because that's been the thing that we've really figured out over the years is we can make this stick. It isn't a constant re-clearing. There is follow-up required, but it doesn't all have to grow back as thick as it was.
And Mohawk Valley Fire has been a huge help, especially during Team Rubicon. They were there for the whole operation, helping us chip and helping us do landowner contacts and helping us with choosing sites and stuff that are more defensible. So yeah, they've been a huge help in the last year.
Yep, and then you all provided funding a couple years back, I believe, for the conservation district has a chipper that the Mon Valley Fire Department houses. That was mostly funded through the Utah Conservation Commission with matching funds from Grand County. And that was used, so we had 3 chippers running and barely were keeping up during Team Rubicon this last time around. So it's a lot of biomass to deal with, especially in the creeks.
And the BLM has helped out a lot with JV Clay in the new mid-ed position, so that's been awesome. Okay. So yeah, we received a grant. I don't know if I presented on this last time. So we received a grant for $300,000 for olive and tamarisk removal in the creeks. So that's what we're working on right now is some of that grant money in addition to WI money from WI and the legislature and all those entities that feed into that. And so this is just a big outline map of some of the areas that we're going to work in the next year. We'll see what happens. Things always shift. But like it lists here, priority locations are near hydrants a lot of times, then dense residential areas. And then eventually, we want to just push back into all the olive because it spreads, so we're trying to reduce the seed source and all that stuff. So.
And after the Cinema Courts fire, Rim to Rim helped generate a list going through for strategy for removal and worked with Mon Valley Fire an awful lot on identifying where those hydrants were, how far from a hydrant is the most effective place to make, how large of a cut to make, so that we could start with places where that it means you might be able to stop the fire moving up or down the creek. And then we've been moving out from there. So sometimes like one of the sites we worked on with Team Rubicon was not the most friendly site to work on. Everything had to be hauled quite some distance. And so being able to clear that out and get a break all the way across the creek, and for that one's like 2.5 acres, I think. So pretty massive break in there means it actually, and then there's a fire hydrant nearby, so you actually would have a hope of watering things down. So that's part of the idea of there is actually a method to the madness of the patchwork. So it sometimes seems random, but it actually is not. So this slide's really about what has been provided, and over the years, it's actually been quite a lot that has come from the state and Utah's Watershed Restoration Initiative, and also some of that funding has been from Forestry and Fire State Lands from other sources in the state, but since 2009, which was the first year that funding was received to do clearing work, it's been almost $1 million that has been put into that. Now that's not just been for clearing, that has included revegetation, follow-up, going back in and getting those olives as they resprout, refining the methodology, because back when we first got started in this, the first funding that Rim to Rim got was from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, actually. And we really have learned a lot over the years. We've tried whole tree extraction, all kinds of things, and kind of landed on some stuff that seems to really work. And then matching and in-kind funds have come from private landowners, some from the city, some from the county in small amounts, but really it's mostly been private landowner matching, whether it's their hours or actual cash. And then we've also worked a lot, I think it's notable, on the school district properties. They don't have the funds to take care of their creeks and mitigate them, but those areas have been a high priority just due to what kids do and needing to make sure that doesn't become a problem. So one of the things that we put in here too is really some things for the council and the county to think about as far as what could be done to help out as we move forward. Rim to Rim's written grants, Forestry State Lands Rights grants. We do need matches for those, and whether that's in kind work or also cash, that helps. It really helps the state when we apply for WRI, for instance, know that there's actual buy-in from the community. If we're not just saying, hey, help us do this, but actually, hey, the community's putting in this much. And I think the other piece is helping identify priority locations for removal in the creeks and elsewhere. I mean, the creeks are not the only fire fuels mitigation that needs to be done in the county, but it's a significant one that actually could run the fire through the entire community if we're not careful. this actually shouldn't have had this. This is the city chipper noted on here. But one of the things that also has come up in discussions with the firehouse is who is the primary contact of the county for this work. It dawned on Duncan and I when we met with Bill Hulse about some things related to the NRCS funding for some of the flood mitigation work, that Bill Hulse might be the correct person, but that would be something very helpful if the county could kind of say, hey, this is the primary staff person who can then interconnect with all the rest of the people, because since he's the floodplain manager or whatever, I can't remember the exact title. Maybe he's the correct one for stuff related to the creeks. I don't know the answer, but that might be something y'all could help us with. The other two things that we came up with in Grand County Weeds has been amazing, by the way. They put in a huge amount of time during Team Rubicon, and they have been super supportive with different efforts. So Izzy and Grand County Weeds has been great. But one thing that could make sense, a few years back, there was a fire fuels, haul your stuff to the landfill, which had some problems with it. But maybe there's some ways to come up with a voucher system for landowners to be able to bring things. Now that the solid waste district has that tub grinder, like maybe there's some things that could be thought about of like helping fund some time for that, so that the people would have a place to bring some of this debris. I think we need to put some boundaries on that for some folks, but and then the other thing too would be the Grand Conservation District has the chipper that Mohawk Valley Fire houses. And one thing that came up the other day, was chatting with Ryan at fire department, was if we had a bank of funds that could pay for chipper hours, so that when something comes up, we're not having to say, hey, so y'all are doing the mechanical work on this chipper and making sure it stays running, and that's part of your support for this effort. They shouldn't have to pay for the machine hours too. We are charging a small amount for the machine hours to make sure that there's a fund in case there is a major breakdown with the machinery, or better yet, if there isn't, that we can then maybe buy another one or buy some other piece of equipment related to that. So that goes to the Grand Conservation District, and they hold that in an account ready for the future. But maybe that's another thing that the county could consider including in a budget some years. At $25 an hour, it doesn't take much to, I think we ran the chipper over the course of the entire week. Team Rubicon was here for maybe 30 or 40 hours at the most. I mean, it takes 40 hours of chipper time is a lot of chipper time.
Yeah, and it's a huge help having the extra chipper.
Right,
so.
right. So those were just some of the different things that we came up with, of things for maybe the county to consider in being supportive of what is going on, so that more work can get done in more areas of the community, to make sure that the fact that Duncan has managed to get a large chunk of funding to extend the work from, because we've mostly worked in the city and along Mill Creek, we really need to get into Pat Creek. And I guess and I'm sorry I'm talking so much, Duncan, but the last thing that is really important to note is in all of the area, this map doesn't include Pat Creek on here, but from the Mill Creek Drive Bridge, roughly where the Cinema Courts fire happened, from there to Spanish Trail, there's 150 landowners, different landowners. So it's a huge process to get with all of those landowners, and everybody has their own impression and their own idea of what they want or don't want. It's very time consuming. So it's not as simple as, oh, let's just go take care of this, because it is private land after all. So it's just some things for the council to think about in future as we try to do more work.
Cool. And then I just wanted to tack on a couple of, is that okay?
Oh, of course.
Tack on a couple other things. So just other mentions of work that that Forestry, Fire, and State Lands is doing in the county outside of Mill and Pack Creeks is we're finishing up project Professor Valley at the CFI camp. We got funded from the Forest Service to do about 100 acres of removal work in Willow Basin that we've started work on this last week. And then we got funded from the state legislature to do a bunch of work in Castle Valley that includes theoretically 150 acres of PJ removal, 20 acres of riparian fuels reduction, and 20 defensible space for houses. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah.
I think that the last set is just, it's our contact info and questions if there's any questions.
All right, thanks, Karen, Duncan. Any questions?
I don't have questions. Would you guys just mind following up with an email of your major asks? Is that possible? So that we can then move forward with that?
Great.
Yep.
Do you mind if I put that on you?
It's cut and paste.
I made a note to do it myself and then I'm like, I could just put it on them.
Do you all sell the mulch from the chippers at all?
No, we just leave it on site
You
usually.
just leave it on site,
Yeah,
and use it to.
it's actually really good for weed
But,
control,
right,
so that then you don't get the fine fuels.
Sure.
That's the other component. And while wood mulch is actually potentially flammable, it tends to smolder and doesn't run the way fine fuels do. So it can actually be used in the revegetation work. So we try to keep it on site when we can.
Right.
And use it. But you can, the solid waste district sells.
Yeah.
So I'll put a plug in.
All right.
Was curious about potential for other outreach or education efforts. So like, I know this focuses a lot on like the work, but I've seen in other communities that kind of fire-wise billboards and, you know, things like of that nature. And we do have a bit of advertising budget. So I don't know if there's potential for some of that kind of outreach and education and mainly, you know, focusing on fire prevention in the area.
That's something that actually we've had long conversations with Chief Brewer about, and just the need. I think a thing that could be very helpful is to have a coordinated effort where information comes from the city and from the county, comes from forestry, fire and state lands.
Yeah, and it could get tied into the new campaign last year and this year's Fire Sense from the state. And there's, I can basically get you access to all the materials, and then you can pay to get the signs printed. It's all created already.
Right.
So that's a really easy thing that could get done. And it's mostly fire prevention. So
Yeah, so that way, I mean, and I think it could be targeted to both visitors and residents, because there's nothing worse than watching a fire happening and you're watching people at City Market buy
Yes.
wood to go have a
Yeah.
fire where they should.
I did hear they're not selling wood anymore.
Yeah, which is
Really?
great.
Yeah.
That was a big thing.
Maverick still is, but I heard the city market is not.
But no, I think if, and so I don't know, like, so I would imagine, while Bill might be the correct person in terms of some of this actual on the ground work, how to get in touch with people who might be interested, what would the correct department of the county be to work on outreach with Mohawk Valley Fire and others? Because that is something we've talked a lot about and we haven't been able to really do it. And BLM is also a great resource with that, with JB Clay in his position now. They've tabled at City Market a few times, and just to get, you know, the word out. And maybe also what seems to happen is residents really start thinking about fire fuels work right now. And right now, fine fuels is something that really needs to be attended to, but going out with a chainsaw when it's 105, I've done it. No, you don't want to do that. And it also is a time that, you know, your chainsaw could cause problems. So, you know, maybe doing some education and outreach about, hey, you know, this should be done, and maybe there could be a capacity at the solid waste district for people to bring materials in the fall and winter, because that's the time when that work really should occur. It's more useful then.
Mallard?
But yeah, I would love to, that would be something that'd be great.
So, and I think you all can correct me if I'm wrong, but that our office, and you can start with me. I know we've exchanged some emails, but I'll send that again so you guys have the address. We're the best kind of hub so that we can tie everybody together. You know, like you said, some things might be best served by bill holes, but other things it might be tying together a few departments or just information sharing. So definitely, I think our office is a good starting point, and we can make sure and do all of that coordination and help you guys, whoever is needed.
Thanks, Mallard. All right. Any other questions for Tara Duncan?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You will be getting an email. I have other ideas now.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're on to department reports, and our first report will be the 2021 Treasurer's Report. Chris Kaufman, Grand County Treasurer. It looks like Chris is presenting online. Chris, it looks like.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Chris Kaufman, Grand County Treasurer. I'm here to report on the property tax collections for 2021 and on investments and a few other updates from my office. So the overall story from 2021 is that property tax collections were extremely good. They were probably the best that we've seen as far back as I've looked in the history of Grand County. We'll start with the current collection rate. So that is the proportion of the taxes that we charged in 2021 that we actually brought in, that we collected. And the collection rate increased from a rate in 2020 of about 95% to 97.3% in 2021. So a big increase there. Part of that big increase was due to Union Pacific having their appeal settled and paying their taxes. They are one of our larger taxpayers in the county. And the reason that I report on the collection rate and pay attention to it is that the collection rate is used by the State Tax Commission when they calculate the certified tax rate every year. And basically what they're saying is, we know you're not going to get all the taxes that you ask for, so we're gonna let you ask for a little bit more than you need, so that hopefully you collect what you actually need. So the higher our collection rate is, the lower our tax rates are. And to give you an idea of the impact this has, that increase in the collection rate from 2020 to 2021 will save taxpayers about $70,000 in 2022. And we have seen the collection rate steadily increase over the last several years. The state actually uses a 5-year average of the collection rate when they do their calculation. And if that 5-year average had stayed the same from 2014 to 2022, we would have collected about $2.6 million in additional property taxes, or charged that much more. So it really does have a big impact on the taxpayers. And that's the reason that I've made it a focus of my office to do everything we can to improve that collection rate and to keep it high so that we can reduce the tax burden for our taxpayers. There's a number of things that we do to try to help with that, including helping people to stay aware of their back taxes, stay on top of those, and we'll talk about those in just a minute. Offering all the different ways to pay, making it as convenient as possible, offering electronic options, automatic bill payments, and also communicating with taxpayers. In December, once we see who has paid on time and who hasn't, I get on the phone and I spend a lot of time contacting and calling taxpayers. I start with the ones that owe the most and work my way down. And it really does make a difference when someone hears from a real person, reminding them that their taxes are due and that if they pay them now, they won't pay as much in penalty and interest. So I think that does help to make a difference. I think also just the economy improving in general over time has helped a lot as well. And in the packet, there are a couple graphs that show the collection rate over the last several years and the 5-year average, and you can see that trend upward. Moving on to the redemption collection rate, this is the percentage of the back taxes that we collect each year. And again, this was a banner year for back tax collections. We collected the highest amount of back taxes that we've seen, and that probably the highest ever at 1.3 million. And our collection rate went up significantly from about 46% in 2020 to a little over 80% in 2021. Union Pacific was a big part of both of those statistics because their appeals got settled. They paid off 2 full years worth of taxes. So that accounted for more than half of that 1.3 million that we collected, and really helped our collection rate, obviously. One thing that shows how little back tax we have right now is the fact that we only had 2 properties that were eligible for tax sale at the beginning of this year. They've both been paid in full long before the tax sale. And normally this time of year, I'm bringing a few parcels to you that need a little extra time to pay their taxes and they're asking for a deferral, but this year we don't have any. And for comparison, in 2015, at the beginning of the year, there were over 50 parcels that were eligible for tax sale. So the county is doing really well on being caught up with back taxes. The amount that was actually owed at the beginning of this year was about $600,000 in back taxes, which is extremely low. Just as an absolute number, it's quite low. And there's a couple graphs in your packet that show how that compares back to 2009. And it's even more impressive when you look at it as a percentage of the total taxes charged over 5 years, because taxes are going up over the years. The fact that we have such a low amount due is really quite remarkable. So as a percentage of the taxes charged over the last 5 years, what was due at the beginning of this year was only about 0.5%. So another part of the story of the collections is that more and more people are paying electronically and paying online. We saw a huge increase in electronic payments in 2021, which has been the trend for the last several years. We went from about 3 million collected in 2020 online to over 4 million in 2021. We also saw a big increase in the number of payments that we're receiving through our online system. And it's hard to emphasize how much of a difference that makes in my office for the workload, especially during tax season, because we're able to take those online payments, download them directly into our accounting software, and we don't have to open an envelope and deposit the check. And it's a big advantage to us for sure. We've also seen an increase in the number of people who are signed up for the auto bill pay program, which automatically makes a payment for your property taxes from your credit card or your bank account. And we went up in the number of users, which we have seen that trend continuing for the last couple of years. So before I move on from property tax collections, were there any questions on that part of it?
What percentage of people pay online?
That is a good question. I can't tell you the number of people, but
or entities.
Yeah, well, it's when we look at the amount that we took in, about 4 million, that's about 16% of the overall property tax that we collect. So I think that's a pretty good gauge of where it's at. About 16% of the amount.
Great, thanks, Chris.
Sure. Oh, one other thing to mention, Kevin asked me a great question earlier today, which is how does Grand County's collection rate compare to other counties? And so I did a little bit of work on that today. I'm sorry that that didn't make it into the packet. I'll make sure to include it next year. But I think Grand County compares relatively well to other counties on the collection rate. It's a little difficult to compare counties just because each county has different situations as far as their large taxpayers and just how many taxpayers they have. But in 2022, Grand County's collection rate was the 9th highest in the state. And when you compare that back to 2015, we were the 18th highest. So in that period, we've made a lot of improvement in our collection rate. And we've actually increased about 2.75% during that time. And that's the 4th largest increase in the collection rate amongst the counties, if you look at all the change that the counties have had in that time period. So I think overall we're doing pretty well, and hopefully that trend will continue in that direction. Were there any other questions on the collection rate? Okay, well, I'll move on to investments, which unfortunately is not a good news story because the interest rates continued to be very low in 2021, dropping even further than they had in 2020. And so our interest earnings from PTIF, the Public Treasurers Investment Fund, where we have most of our money, were pretty dismal in 2021. The silver lining is that we are starting to see interest rates go up as the Federal Reserve starts to try and fight inflation. So we're already starting to see some of those rates go up and some of that interest income to increase. Another slightly good news story is that we do have a small portion of our money invested outside of the PTIF with Zion's Capital Advisors, and that investment did do a little bit better than PTIF during this time. And overall, since we invested with them, we've earned about $15,000 more than we would have had it stayed in PTIF. So that's another small bright spot, but hopefully we will start to see interest rates improve for the money that we've got saved for the county. Any questions on investments? Just a few other updates then. Debbie Littlefield, the Chief Deputy Treasurer since 2003, retired last year at the end of the year, which was a big loss to my office. But we do have Mary Lou Lopez, who took over that job. She had been working at the Travel Council. She's doing a fantastic job, and that transition is going really well. Another good news story is that my office helped the assessor's office in offering online payments for business personal property. So this is different than land and buildings, which is the real property. These are taxes charged to businesses for their equipment and computers and assets. And now those taxpayers have the same online options that real property taxpayers do. And that will be a big asset and a big help to the assessor's office. They will be able to reap the rewards of those online payments as well. Another thing to bring you up to speed on is that in 2021, we decided to consolidate a bunch of our PTIF accounts. We had about 28 active accounts, and we reduced it down to 13. And so the vast majority of the county's money is now held in one PTIF account. We did this for a number of reasons. For one, PTIF was saying, hey, don't open any more new accounts. They were sort of running out of room for new accounts. We checked with some other counties and found out that even the larger counties had about 5 or 6 different PTIF accounts. So at 28, we were definitely having a lot more than a lot of other counties. And one of the big advantages to the consolidation is that it's facilitating a better allocation of interest between the funds within the county. So previously, the funds within the county, some of them had their own PTIF accounts, and they would receive interest based on what was in that PTIF account. However, we have money coming in to the county and going out through payroll, and it was basically impossible to keep those individual PTIF accounts exactly at the level that they should be, that their balance actually was on the county's books. So now what we do is we take that overall amount of interest that's being earned from the pooled account, and we reallocate that out to the funds within the county based on their actual fund balances that they had during the year. So I think it's a lot more equitable and a much better system. Any other questions for me on anything that I presented on today?
Any questions for Chris?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
This is great.
Thank you.
All right. Our next department report will be the Trails Annual Report. Madeline Logowitz, our Trails Supervisor.
Set up here. So I'm Madeline Logowitz. I'm the Director of Grand County Active Transportation and Trails, which I call GCAT for short. So I have to do that every time. And with the temperatures heating up, we're kind of hitting the end of our spring season. So I just want to give you guys an update on what we've been up to this spring, which is quite a lot. And to give you a review of our department, so as of last year, our department was myself as full-time director, and then one full-time operations coordinator, which is Tyson Swayze, and then 5 to 6 part-time spring fall trail technicians, and then kind of a separate little season with 4 part-time summer trail technicians on 4 service projects. And then as of this year, we now have a new program within our department, so we've actually pretty much doubled. So we have a full-time responsible recreation program coordinator, which is Anna Sprout, and 6 part-time trail ambassador positions, only 3 of which we have filled currently. So I'm going to start out first with just talking about what our field crews go up to. This is, these are maps for all of the non-motorized trail systems that we've been doing kind of routine maintenance on this year. And then Klondike Bluffs and Moab Brands are areas where we've been doing more intensive maintenance this spring. And when I talk about maintenance, for myself, I like to break it up into kind of 3 or 4 categories. So the first one I'm going to talk about is our priority projects. These are unscheduled, kind of urgent things that arise on the trails where we try and get folks out as quickly as possible because there's resource damage occurring or because there's a safety issue, like the trail has become impassable for some reason. So we had 2 of those events this year. The first is out of the Brands. So while this looks like a social trail, kind of classic trail braiding, this is actually from the grazing allotment out there. For whatever reason, the cows hit it really hard this year, and they decided to just walk parallel to one of our most popular beginner trails for like a mile. And this picture doesn't exactly show it, but this is one of like several parallel trails. And this area in particular, since it's a beginner trail and because the terrain is really flat, we spend a lot of time trying to control user damage out there. And so this is kind of like a, you know, high priority, get people out there as fast as possible. So we actually had our first volunteer day in January this year, which is unusual for us. Oops, see if I can close this up. Our call to volunteers. And we were able to take care of that right away, and it didn't progress, fortunately, so not a huge issue out there. And then the other event we had, and this actually occurred last year, but the maintenance is scheduled for next week as our last spring project. The OK Corral, we did a big redesign and a big rebuild out there with volunteers and machinery, and then unfortunately it got hit by a flash flood last summer. So for various reasons, we haven't been able to go fix that up yet, but that's going to be our last big project for the spring. So we're going to deal with that next week and go out with a mini excavator and clean that up. Our routine or semi-annual maintenance that we do, this year we did a lot of breaking out off-trail tracks, which is a lot of the maintenance work we do. They accumulate over time, and if we don't go out and fix them quickly, they can quickly kind of turn into new illegal trails that become a bigger problem. And then repainting trails and delineating trails, putting out lining. So this is a picture of, actually this I'd say is probably some of the worst off-trail areas, off-trail riding we've seen in a few years. This is at a horse thief campground, so we're currently working with the BLM to come out with a plan to keep people from riding from their campsites past our trail and off into the desert. So this was a big focus this year. And then here's some pictures of just that other types of routine maintenance that we do. So painting those dots on the trail to direct people. This is out at Gold Bar, which is a trail we've been trying to get to for a long time. And then you can see on the right an example of trail delineation. We've also been looking into new trail products or new products to help us with tread stabilization. This is the Amasabat Connector Trail that we built a few years ago. And this trail, we knew going into it that the soil type was really not ideal for trail building, but it was a safety issue. The parking lot wasn't connected to the trail network, and so there's a lot of conflicts on the road with hikers and bikers and oncoming traffic. So we have had some issues for portions of that trail, especially in the drier months. They kind of turn into sand pits, and so we've been experimenting with different techniques. So this spring, we're trying out this product, and it's really flexible, so hopefully it won't become a tripping hazard, but But if this works, we're definitely gonna be using it on some other trails where we're having similar issues. And then intensive maintenance. So I put 5 to 10 year cycle, but basically, you know, a lot of our trails were built about 10 years ago. And at this point, some of those major rock structures, like big rock ramps or big retaining walls, over time they settle or they erode. And so we're reaching that point on a lot of the trails where we have to go and have to rebuild some of these more technical rock structures. And so this next portion is just gonna be some fun photos, some before and afters. And most of the intensive work we did was on Klondike this year. Last year we worked at Klonzo a lot, which is south of there. This year Klondike. So this is an example. And I wish I had I have a photo, I didn't put it in, but I have a photo of one of our trail crews were climbing on one of these rocks and it's taller than he is. So these are actually pretty massive, but this is a ramp on a switchback that had blown out. This is a retaining wall, and you can see on the left, it's gotten really narrow and it's kind of just held up with these like little wood pieces and build a big retaining wall there. This is a ramp right on the, you can see me there crouching, smiling. On the right, there's a cliff. And so we spent a good bit of time on this project trying to make it really smooth because of that exposure right there. So you can see here's a detail of our precise rock work. This is another armored switchback. So on the left, you can see it's just become really eroded over time, especially from people hitting their brakes. That tends to cup out the trails and speed up the erosion. And on the right is when it's all armored. This is another really good example of when this trail was built. Probably what it looked like was this was all dirt over the roots. And now you can see on the left, that's actually a big hole right there. You can see there's a tree root sticking out. You can see someone painted it at one point. And so our crew went in and built a big retaining wall, refilled that soil in so that that tree doesn't die off over time for people riding over the root. This is sort of a similar area where it just got eroded out into a big hole. They built a big retaining wall. And then in addition to all the rock structures we have on our trails, we do have some wooden structures. So a lot of the cattle guards that were put in on trails, they're also reaching that point where the wood is just weathered, starting to break. On Rusty Spur, we've got a few complaints this year. We actually put caution tape on it for the last few weeks. And so Tyson Swayze designed this cattle guard specifically for us being able to transport cattle guards into our backcountry sites. So what's cool about these cattle guards is that we can disassemble them entirely. They're all in pieces and then we can put them together back in the field really easily. So this one isn't totally disassembled. You can see that's Fred Wilkinson, one of our trail technicians, and he's moving this cattle guard with one person, which is awesome instead of having to carry it in with 8 people.
And those were also sourced in town, correct?
Yep. Yeah. We got quotes and it ended up being Colin Topper. Right. Yeah. So here's a picture. That's the one where we're getting some complaints.
It's much better. Yeah.
And here's a picture of the collection we have out there. So you can see all of them are a little bit different. You know, they're all put in different times with different materials at hand. So we've identified 14 on the BLM lands that we would like to replace and update. And we do have a grant for that as well, which I'll talk about in a minute. And just to clarify, I mean, I think most of you know, but when I say our trails, I mean, we partner with the BLM and the Forest Service. So these are the ones I'm talking about right now are specifically on BLM land. And, you know, we are responsible for the maintenance of those. And then the fourth and final category. So signage, it's always ongoing. We're always trying to improve it. And this year we focused, last year and last few years, we've been focusing on educational signage. And messaging and content. This year we focused on wayfinding. And so this is just an example of a few areas we worked on. The before and after is the bar M loop at the brands. The bar M loop itself, most of it is motorized, and then the rest of that network is non-motorized. So we were really running into problems with the markers were stickers and cursinates and things that were unreadable. And so we really wanted to clarify, you know, where motorized can go and where non-motorized can go. And this ended up being a pretty big project with BLM staff who collaborated. So they did we went out together and did the designs, and then the BLM purchased all the signs, and then our staff went and installed them. It ended up being 40 plus signs out there. So here's just a little summary. Here's all the trails we've worked on so far this spring. And total mileage is over 31 miles that our staff have walked and and dealt with problems along the trail. So right now we have 2 recreational trails program grants, RTP grants, that cover maintenance. And so a portion of all this maintenance we've been doing is going to be reimbursed when we close out these grants. And then we're also in the process of renewing cost share agreements with the BLM and the Forest Service. So that will reimburse us for work on BLM land and on Forest Service land. And then we also get donations. So Moab Trails Alliance, they partner with bike shops and they sell $2 paper maps. So we get 100% of those proceeds to support trail maintenance. And then we also get donations just from trail users, sometimes events that use the trails will donate to us. And then of course, volunteers. So we get an average of about 1,800 hours from volunteers annually, which is currently valued at over $50,000. And here's a few photos of our volunteers. So this spring, we actually didn't have as many volunteer groups as we typically do, but that worked out well for us because working at Klondike, the round trip time to get out to work sites was 4 hours. So you can imagine if you have a volunteer group coming out for 6 hours, it's a little bit brutal for them. So yeah, this year we're focusing more on the technical projects. So little less volunteer engagement, but we did also launch the Adopt a Trail program, which is something we've been talking about for a long time. It has existed in the past and it kind of fizzled out, so we revitalized it. And currently we have 9 trails adopted and 3 more folks who are interested in adopting trails we haven't trained yet. And to get this program together, that involved putting together a handbook that goes over, some of the trail work seems straightforward, but there's a little bit of nuance. Like on the left, you can see there's a picture of someone raking out a track in biocrust, right? So we want to disguise that track so it doesn't attract more use, but we don't want someone going out with a rake and just like obliterating the biocrust. So a little bit of training involved, and this was put together by Laura Harris, our Vista from last year, from AmeriCorps Vista. So we're pretty excited to have folks out there. Build projects for the spring, we did none, which is kind of a first for us, it feels like. But we did, focus on maintenance and focus on some of those bigger technical projects that involved the grip hoist and some of our more cumbersome equipment. And then this fall, we'll be focusing on completing the Raptor route. So that includes Falcon Flow Trail, which we built 2020, an Eagle Eye Trail, and then right now people are using a road to connect them. So we're going to fill in that last little 2-mile section of single track. And so we're hoping for a lot of volunteer engagement. Falcon Flow was great. We had tons of people come out from bike shops and from town. So this fall we'll be posting a lot of volunteer events and shaking the bushes and maybe getting you guys too. Does anyone have any questions on that portion?
Yeah, but thank you. I'm a happy participant in riding the the trails that you guys maintain and build.
Are you actively looking for more folks for the Adopt a Trail program, or like what's your kind of outreach for that?
We are, yeah. Right now, with it getting so hot, we might not do training till the fall, but yes, we're definitely looking for folks, and we have some standards and expectations for adopting a trail, and if those don't match with the person, then we can at least put them on our list for volunteer events. Okay, I have some goodies for you guys. Sorry, the folks at home. Okay, we're gonna move on to talking about the responsible recreation portion of the program, and the stuff that's going around right now. These are items that the trail ambassadors have at their little easy up tents at the trailhead. So we have water bottles that Jacques ordered, little electrolyte, single serving electrolyte packets. We now have stickers and patches that say Moab Trail Steward. I will clarify that the stickers, when they go out, there's like a whole little spiel about like, please don't put these on our trail signs. So it's kind of a screening process. But these are something, we started developing last year, and they're finally all in and going out to folks in the field. So for responsible recreation, we have been working a lot with the Responsible Recreation Subcommittee, which includes Jock and Kevin, as well as Andrea, August, and then also working pretty closely with August's department. So I like to break things up into categories. So in talking about visitor education, we've been talking about it in terms of before visitors get to town and their trip planning, when they're in town and they're going into different businesses or staying at hotels or Airbnbs, and then when they finally get to the trailhead. So I'm going to go through these, starting with the trip planning phase. So this is probably familiar to you guys. These are the mud reports, which we started a few years ago. So we've continued on with this program, and unfortunately, I don't have any like statistics because it's kind of hard to track how much time we spend dealing with the winter damage. But I can tell you that when I first started, we were spending like a month every spring dealing with, people going around mud puddles and whatnot. And this year we did like nothing to do with it in the spring. So I credit that to when we make these posts on social media, it goes out to all the bike shops. And so I think bike shops have been really proactive about directing people to areas where they won't damage the trails, or just telling folks it's not a good time to come out. And has also been hard at work expanding our social media to include more leave no trace, more responsible recreation. So, I heard earlier the talk about the education for fire awareness. So I think that got me thinking we definitely should be doing more of that. We did a little bit from Memorial Day weekend just about campfires, and then focusing on wag bags, biocrust, all the things that the trail ambassadors talk about, the trailheads. And we've also been working with August Department so that there will be QR codes that link directly to the information on Discover Moab. So right now, if you go to discovermoab.com/poop, there is now, Robert made this great page that includes a lot of information about wag bags, where to take them, et cetera, et cetera. Anna Sprout has been working with reaching out to different trail apps, because that is a major point of planning for people. Like, people come here and they have trail forks already downloaded and paid for. They use All Trails. And so she's been reaching out to them. And so far, All Trails has been the most responsive, but they're actually beta testing a program where land managers, and in our case, the county, can have a little bit more local control about input and for editing. So this is just one example that Anna was working on. This they call Lazy Easy Loop. But for example, it includes a little bit of a different trail. They have the starting and parking area in the wrong place. They have it listed as a great bird watching location, like just things that we can now go in and start editing. And we're hoping to perhaps one day, in addition to just putting our leave no trace, biocrust type education on here, maybe even have a gateway where folks have to read something or watch something short and then answer some questions before they can access the trails, and trying to get that standardized across different apps. We're also, and this is very much under development, so if you ask me too many questions, it might be a little evasive because we're still working out some kinks, but we've been working a lot with August's department to work more with businesses. And this is specific, this would be tailored to each type of business. So what we'd be asking of a partnership with bike shops would be different than what we'd be asking from hotels or city market, for example. But the main components we've been talking about for this partnership program would be education. So that could include, sending a percentage of your staff to a training to get Moab Steward certified, so that your staff can learn how to talk to visitors about public lands. Conservation would be sending your staff to contribute, a few hours of volunteers on some project on the trails. Resources would be, can your business please display this information? Or if you sell wag bags, can you provide information about where they go and put the sticker on them? And then community presence, this one still working out, but that might be a roundup at the register for, trail maintenance, things like that. And the advantage to businesses is that they would get certified at a certain level, and then they would get promotion on discovermoab.com. This is another in-town form of education we've been working on. So this is going to go out in the newspapers. This is a little Recreate Responsibly series. And so it has town and backcountry, just some things that the community has expressed are important to them. And then also, a series that can be used for the newspaper or adapted for social media about each leave no trace principle. So, issues like archaeology, planning ahead, preparing with a QR code to those exact resources we want people to access, kind of just streamlining it so that people can get access to the information we want them to have. We also, there's a few of these in that box that's floating around. So far as giving resources out to businesses, we also updated our e-bike brochure because that is one of the few instances of user conflict we have on the trail. So our focus has really been about educating folks with e-bikes about like great places they can go. And so this is updated, has a few more areas, it's got more QR codes. And so these are going out to all bike shops. And then finally, focusing on the trailheads. So the Trail Ambassador program, this is the first full season we've had it running. I have a few stats for you guys. So informative interactions, we define this as interactions where the Trail Ambassador is talking to a visitor, you know, where are you going? What's your plan? Do you have everything you need? And then have you heard about BioCrest? You know, oh, you're going to see archaeology. Do you know about, you know, how to visit respectfully? So going through, you know, several main points specific to that trailhead that they're at. Encounters, that would just be, you know, maybe you don't get a chance to talk to the visitor or trail user. Let's say, you know, maybe they don't want to talk to you, or you're already talking to a big group and someone passes you by. But the idea is that that person is still seeing someone in a uniform at the trailhead, seeing the sandwich board that talks about the different behaviors we want people to follow. And so, yeah, you can see informative interactions where there's that full discussion. It's over 17,000. And then the preventative search and rescue, these would be things like someone doesn't have any water, right? And we supply a water bottle and water to them, or they're going to jump off the waterfall at Mill Creek. And so our trail ambassadors, they're trained for each specific location, different issues that might arise. Oh, and this picture here, so on the left, this is a logo that a local designer designed for us that we have for the stickers and patches. And then on the right circled here, that's Jacob, who is our one of our ambassadors this spring. And Anna was actually just out on her own mountain biking and ran into him, and he's like up on this rock, just like pontificating to the parking lot. It was amazing. So we have some really good folks for the trail ambassadors. We've also been working with the Solid Waste Special Services District and the Health Department and the Responsible Recreation Committee dealing with the wag bag issue. So there's now disposal locations, and so we're assisting with just helping them with like stickers and getting stickers out for the wag bags that our trail ambassadors use, and also we're going to get them to businesses so that businesses ideally can help us by putting locations for the wag bags on their product so that they don't end up in the trash can causing issues. Switching gears, this is just some general updates to our department. A lot of trainings have been canceled the last 2 years because of COVID, so we've been doing a little catch up this year with conferences. This is an image from our WUFA we took this spring, which was long overdue, honestly. And then we went to the Sustainable Trail Conference in Bentonville, Arkansas, which is usually an annual conference, but it's been canceled for many years. And so we took a stone shaping workshop. On the left, you can see this is us in the workshop. That's Tyson up there chiseling away. And then on the right, that's out on Alaska Trail that I showed you guys earlier. So that's us putting those skills to use. And there's not many trainings for our type of trail work out there. So it's really great to try and go to those when we can to learn from other trail experts. It's a photo from Bentonville. Bentonville is the home of Walmart. And so it's a community where they've taken all of their funding from Walmart and put it into trails. So it's a really interesting area to go and just see like what's possible when you have unlimited funding. And they're also doing a lot of different experiments because they can afford to have things fail. So it's a pretty interesting network to visit. On the right, you can see they do a lot of integrating art and sculpture with the trails, which is pretty neat. And then on the left, you can see this is a skills trail, and this is actually part of their urban trail network. So what I'm standing on when I took that picture, there's a paved path, and then next to the paved path, pretty much the whole way, is this single track trail. And so you have families where there's someone with the baby carriage on the paved path, and then their kids are like whipping around on the skills trail. Oops. And then this isn't formal education, but just a few things we've gone and done. I went to the work week at the Creek, which is an event at Indian Creek with the Access Fund, just because I like to go talk to them every year and see what tools they're using. They do, really similar rock work to what we do. So, going and seeing their strategies always ends up with us buying some new tools. pretty fun. And then they also have a climbing stewardship program, which is very similar to the Trail Ambassador program. So I visited them last fall when the program was in development. And then whenever I'm down there, I try and go talk to them just to see, what they have on their table, how they're talking to people, and hopefully we can collaborate them in the future in Moab. And then on the left, this is from the Escalante Visitor Center, which I'd never been to before. I don't know if any of you have been. It's amazing. And they have like this 3D exhibit of BioCrust, and they have all these graphics, and they have all these things I've never seen. I haven't seen them at Arches or Canyonlands, so pretty excited to hopefully reach out and we can integrate that into what we're doing too. And then last thing, so right now we're kind of in our planning office phase. We'll be working on signage and things like that. And then in August, we have our field season with the Forest Service. So we will be hiring. We have 2 positions to fill that will be flying hopefully this week or next week. So if you guys know of anyone who'd be a good fit, please spread the word. Okay, any questions?
Any questions for Maddie?
Pretty thorough.
Yeah, thank you, Maddie.
Yeah, it's not really a question, but we had a separate unrelated side conversation about how visitors aren't really coming to Moab just to stay in the hotels and eat at the restaurants. And this trail system really is the economic driver besides the parks for us. And as Jacques was saying, adds to the quality of life for the residents here. And so
very much.
We really appreciate all the effort and work that's going into it. It's nice to see that it's not just building, but maintaining the trails so that they're going to be here for everyone. So thanks for that.
Yeah, and I'm really excited about the Responsible Recreation Subcommittee because I think it is great to, we're pooling all our resources, especially with economic development, because there's needs we see, but we don't know how to use the internet, or like we don't know how to create videos or do all those things that they know how to do. And then we have a lot of the messaging that we've worked out just by having been talking to people on the trail for the last several years. So I think it's a great opportunity to collaborate and just keep pushing that education out. Okay, is that box around somewhere?
I got leftover stickers over here.
Yeah, help yourself.
All right, thank you, Maddie.
Thank you.
Next up, we have our final department report. And this is Planning and Zoning Unified Transportation Master Plan. And this will be John Gunther's final presentation to this body. And I wanted to take the opportunity to thank John for his year here in Grand County, and especially for his work on the master plan, and to wish John luck in Spain, I think it is.
Okay,
So,
thank you, Jacques, and good afternoon. This hopefully will be a little quicker. Maddie's is great. This is a little like the same genre, though. It's on transportation urban, the Unified Transportation Master Plan, which is in combination with the city. In case you missed that part, this has been going on for almost a year now, 11 months, but roughly the same time I started. Bill Jackson's on the call here too, so he might want to throw something in here. We're both project managers along with Chuck Williams with the city. The key dates where we are right now are kind of indicated in color on this, and then the Transportation Master Plan draft staff report is attached. I'm not going to go through all the projects there. It's been vetted very well through I think through the Technical Advisory Committee. You may have some questions. It's all posted on Grand County Connects. This staff report isn't, but the schedule is, which we'll look at in a minute. And so is the draft report. So a couple of benchmark dates that are coming up that are important. The public comment period is kind of open right now. This is for the TAC comments. I don't know if we've had any that much really. Kimberly Horn is our consultant. They've been working with us very closely. So I don't think they've had any follow-up other than the vetting we've done with the Technical Advisory Committee. The committee meeting, the next committee meeting will be the 23rd of June. That's scheduled for the Grand Center. It'll be somewhat the same kind of open house format that we've had last time. And that is presentations and then open house and discussion, and then receiving feedback. I think we have pretty good turnouts considering most people don't come to master planning unless there's topics that are really, something's happening on the ground. So hopefully we'll be vetting that really well again. The final transportation master plan proposal for getting that out to the public, and there's lots of public outreach here left yet, is starts on the 11th of July and goes for 3 weeks into the early part of August. And then the final plan will be presented to the county commission in early August. That's the goal, with potential adoption for both of us, both the city and the county, in August the 2nd. A couple of major outcomes with the report is that, first of all, there's 3 or 4 major categories: roads, parks, and active transportation. Hopefully you guys can all see that okay. Improvement strategies. And so there's roads, parking, and then active transportation are separate project lists. There's an improvement strategy with a list of master plans and plans that should be there. So for example, Highway 191 is not included because it's part of the UDOT plan. And there's a number of kind of elements that are in there as far as planning is concerned. So one of them could be the airport turnoff, which has got a really low, a very short DXL lane and XL lane going into the airport for the speeds that are there too. So that's been raised with UDOT as well, as along with other projects. For example, the frontage road one on South 191 will be an important urban planning element, rural planning element, as it engages development in that area, because that is potentially an area for density. And then project prioritization is listed on those pages there too. So that's the timetable. And the other important outcome, I think it's very important for the commission to consider, is capital investment. Out of this will come a list of projects with rough capital costs. High level capital costs are called a class 5. And they can be part of a capital improvement plan and impact fee study. So this is really good background for providing justification for impact fees as we move ahead on all those areas that we just talked about: active transportation and roads. So with that, unless Bill has anything you want to add?
I just would like to echo, appreciate all the work you've done on this, John, and I think it went very well. I think our consultant did a great job, and I'm actually learning quite a bit. I'm hanging around with you on this. I appreciate it. Good luck to you.
Yeah, so Bill is actually almost a planner. He's one of those roads guys that's.
I wouldn't go that far.
Maybe that's just too much saying. By the way, I should just say this: Bill's got 1,500 miles of grid road. That's a very large number, and I'll just give you a stat. Out of in Saskatchewan has 15,000 miles of grid road, and the population's 1 million. Here it's 1,500 miles, and the population's 10,000. Exactly the same proportions. Some of the largest proportions in the world, I understand. So, just to give you a bit of a stat on roads to maintain. So if there's any other questions, this one will actually update hopefully at some stage after the first part of August, this will update the major section in the general plan as well. So
all right, thanks, John. Any questions for John or Bill?
I'd just like to thank Bill for his work, because he wasn't here to thank for all the work he did with the fire too. He was instrumental, and I know he's going to be incredibly instrumental with the cleanup. So thank you, Bill.
Yeah, thank you, Bill.
Thank you all. I just want to name Josh Shumway and Logan Stewart. They kind of did the heavy hitting this weekend with that. And I'm sure we'll have more opportunity as time goes on for cleanup and whatnot to be involved as well. So thank you.
All right. Any further questions for John? All right. Thank you, John.
We'll miss you.
Thank you.
We don't have any agency reports today, so we are up to the approval of minutes from the May 17th regular Grand County Commission meeting. I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from the May 17th, 2022 minutes.
Thank you, Mary.
I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner McGann, second by Commissioner Hedin. Any discussion on the minutes? I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And I can't see Sarah on the screen. Thank you, Sarah. passes unanimously. Up to the ratification of bills, total bills in the amount of $1,069,391.47. Total payroll in the amount of $322,425.63. Total bills and payroll in the amount of $1,391,817.10. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the bills as presented.
Motion by Trish.
I'll second.
And second by Kevin. Any discussion on the bills? All in favor, raise your hand, say aye. And Commissioner Stock?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we're up to commission member disclosures. Does anyone have anything that they need to disclose concerning today's meeting? Up to general commission reports and future considerations. And I will start with you over there, Evan.
Yeah, the end of the month is always kind of quiet for me, especially with the Memorial Day weekend. Let me just check my notes if I'm missing anything. The Arches Special Service District did not meet last month, and our Sand Flats meeting for this month has been rescheduled for next month, so I don't have anything to report on.
All right, Commissioner McGann.
Yes, on the 19th, I had my first economic development meeting as part of that program, and it was exceptional and very interesting. We discussed the timing and how, since we've combined the boards, how it's going to work, and we discussed the appointment process. And the thing I found the most exciting was the review of the Moab Community Child Care funding, the grant that they received, and how they're going to do what they're calling helping hands, because I think we mentioned before is how they found that right now the best thing they can do is support the people that are already providing child care rather than creating their own child care. And they're going to help from buying groceries to helping with cleanup to being a substitute if someone is ill. It's very exciting. And then as that stabilizes and they feel like they have that part of the program going, then they will move forward in creating new and more. And childcare definitely is economic development. Without good quality childcare, we can't have good quality people working. So I'm very excited about that. Very excited about that. And we also had a workshop on developing the master plan, because since this is a new program, they're working on developing a plan so that there can be some roadmap as to how our economic development program wants to go. And they had a real, very effective Noah Kornblau is the person who is directing that program. And she was very capable, and I'm excited to continue working with her. So yeah, August is doing a great job, and so is Ben. Then we had a meeting on the 23rd with the city of Moab, and going further to discuss different types of things, from water to law enforcement to different projects that the city and the county can work on and be more effective together. It was a very good meeting. Then we had a solid waste special service district meeting, and we finalized the job description. So we're actively recruiting for a new director of the solid waste special service district. I guess it's now called Canyonlands Solid Waste Authority. It's going to take me a while to change get that out of my mind. Like everything, they're finding the buying equipment and buying the stuff they need extremely hard with, just what's happening throughout the nation, that there's just not availability of things there. For instance, they've tried to buy poly carts for people. There's a lot of people on the waiting list, and they have been postponed 3 times, excuse me. They finally went to they found another place. It's more expensive, but they're hopefully going to be here within 6 weeks. So they're working on that. And then, as Maddie talked about, the WAG bag's been a very big issue, and hopefully the having specific places for people to dispose of them throughout the area will cut down on the danger to the workers. So it was a good meeting. On June 2nd, myself and Jacques and Joette Langanese met with Curtis Wells to discuss his new appointment to the CIB board. I think this is going to be a real good thing for Grand County. I'm really excited that we finally have somebody represented, and he's already recognized that Grand County puts more money into the CIB than we have been getting consistently. So somebody's there that finds that an issue, and so I'm very excited about that. Yesterday we had the fire, and I'll let Jacques tell more about this, but we met with the different agencies that are working on the fire and discussed how to move forward, and the completion, and how to get the asbestos tested. And it's a big project, but thankfully, I'm sure Chris remembers, thankfully it doesn't look like it's going to be as difficult a cleanup as the Cinema Court fire. More damage and more home loss for sure, which is tragic, but the cost and the time for cleanup will be less. And then on the same day, I met with the airport board. The runway 3 has been repaired. The wind has been so traumatic this spring that there's been like large enough items flown through the air that they've had some of their taxiway lights broken. And yet usually when a taxiway light's broken, they can see where somebody went off the road, went off and hit it, but it's just happening. So we're assuming it's because of the wind. It's the only thing that's been going on. I'm not going to go through everything. There was so much in that meeting. The airport director's position is being posted, and I will keep you informed, but JetBlue will be starting some very inexpensive flights out of Provo. I mean, incredibly inexpensive, under $100 to fly to New York. Yeah, cool. I don't believe it, and I won't believe it until I see it. But I mean, isn't that exciting? I mean, that's not that far off if you have to, like New York and different Chicago, big cities. So, they're competing with them. And so there's a lot happening at the airport, and Tammy's doing a great job.
Are there pilots on the planes when?
Yeah, I don't know how they're doing it. I think more to come. The more I find out about it, the more I'll let you know. So great. It's interesting that jet traffic is down for private jets, but the other types of planes that are coming to our airport are up. So I will stop there. And if you have any more questions or want to know more about what's going on with the airport, email me and I'll send you my full report. Okay.
Thanks, Mary. Trish?
Okay, so I'll try to be quick. I went to a planning commission meeting. We interviewed a new board member. He is here tonight, so I'm excited about that. We talked again about recent rezone requests and how that pertains to workforce housing, and what can we do to incentivize developers to produce workforce housing. We talked more about the ADU and the temporary dwelling permits, and that stuff is all going to come to us. So I'm not really going to elaborate on that. I went to a library board meeting, as always, for our citizens. They have iPads and hotspots that you can check out. There's new computers in the kids' room. The Castle Valley Library is back open, so that's awesome. There's a book bike that makes appearances at community events. That's pretty cool. I haven't seen that. Have you seen it? Have you seen it? They have outdoor movies set up for the summer, and they've already done one, My Octopus Teacher. And if you, was it good? And if you subscribe to the library, you can look at their summer programming. I went to a SULEG meeting. Is that how you say that? I'm new to that board. I want to tell you, I was completely lost throughout most of the, it was, yeah, random. But what I did find interesting, we talked a lot about, there were some individuals there representing the governor's office and really wanting to know what our issues were in southeastern Utah. What was interesting is they pointed out that they did not, they wanted to emphasize there was not a one size fits all way to govern. And they really wanted to know what we wanted to do individually. So I thought that was interesting. They really pointed out that quality of life for communities was of utmost importance. So I thought that was interesting also. So really looking at regional needs.
That was the governor's office, not the
There was
state
a
legislature.
representative, right? Yeah, so that was interesting. I met with the county, the prosecuting attorney, or sorry, our county attorney, the prosecuting attorney, our sheriff and deputy sheriff to talk about the idea of prompting legislation for drug-induced homicide. So if you have a distributor that, you know, somebody's distributing drugs, specifically in this case fentanyl, that are killing people, are, you know, can we have sentencing for that? Because basically right now, sentencing for those types of crimes are pretty lean. So the great thing is Senator Weiler, and I believe he was from Provo, had put a bill on the floor and it kind of died. So we're really looking to push that in the next legislative session. And hopefully that will happen. And we have some community members that are really behind us on that. And then groundwater and sewer, sewer rates are increasing due to the increase of sewer rates at a city level. And so $3.30 per ERU. Right now, Kins Lake is looking great. The lake level is extremely high, 256% increase from last year's level. So that looks really good. Our soil moisture still isn't great at about 9,500 feet. It's 28% saturation. And last year it was 29% saturation. So about the same, but Kins Lake right now is looking great. So that was good. That's it. You see. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Trish. Kevin.
Let's see. I attended the same meeting with Moab City that Mary did, so I won't say more about that. Had a meeting with the BLM. Three of the big projects. One is the dispersed camping EAs. There's three of them. Those are out for comment right now. Probably Grand County should write a letter on that. And then the Labyrinth travel plan, the date for that getting released keeps getting pushed back. It was initially supposed to be February, March. Now they're saying July. But they're saying it's mostly done and they're just making some technical legal tweaks to conform to new Department of Interior NEPA policy, something like that. And then once the Labyrinth is done, they go on to work on the Dolores Triangle travel plan revisions, which will be, it's not nearly as large an area or as many roads as Labyrinth. I attended a meeting that included Senator Bramble and Representative Lyman. We talked about a variety of issues, mostly noise. And there's been a few discussions with our lobbyist about the Sittler Land Exchange, and it seems I'm feeling more optimistic about that. I think it's further from a done deal than I would have guessed 2 weeks ago, and I think we do have some options to to try to continue to modify it before it, it's at some point it gets kind of frozen and it becomes hard to modify. So that's it.
Thanks, Kevin. Josie.
Okay, on May 18th, we actually had a meeting of the Special Events Approval Committee, which I think went over a lot of the stuff that hopefully we will be discussing later tonight, just to really streamline that process of approving special events for the county. I feel like notable things, we're hoping to have more regular meetings. There's definitely some redundancies with like other permitting agencies, especially the city. So kind of addressing some of that stuff, catching unlicensed events, which there are many of, creating fee schedules so that we can charge people more for doing rush applications because we've been doing so many last minute event approvals. And then there is a larger conversation of like a special events position. And I think there's a lot of discussion that could go into that. Maybe not tonight or maybe tonight. I don't know if that's part of what our discussion is. And then something that I've been really pushing for is to kind of beef up the preliminary intent to apply part of the application process, which is like that initial, we are going to apply for a permit. Are you going to let us? Because if we catch potential events that are going to be contentious at that stage, I think it'll be much easier because we've had a lot of last minute events that are really hard to deny based on, valid reasons, but because anyone who's gone through that much of a planning process has really a lot at stake. So just to be fair in that process. So yeah, excited about working through all of that. I, by accident of being in this room, ended up at the General Plan Land Use Code Steering Committee meeting, and I stayed for that because I'm actually pretty interested to continue with that. So yeah, with John's guidance and then hopefully moving forward, I mean, we've approved the general plan, but now we're entering the very long implementation process. And so there's a lot going on there. And let's see, notable things. Orion Rogers, I think, was talking about a drinking water protection zone, which would be part of an overlay called the environmentally sensitive area overlay. And I think the city's been doing similar work. So kind of aligning those things. And also a view shed overlay, which would kind of encompass our scenic areas in the county. I had my first public health board meeting on the 24th and met with Braden Bradford before that meeting to kind of get some background on the health department, which is doing a lot as always. Some exciting things from just talking to him are the future potential of the health department sort of moving into the free clinic campus, which I think is just an awesome idea to consolidate a lot of our services that overlap. And then in the actual meeting, some of the things that he prefaced came out. I think most notably there is kind of a new arm of the health department, which is the health equity program, which I think is a really sort of cool effort to broaden the scope and the reach of public health in southeastern Utah. And so talking about equity as not just having equal access to services, but equitable access to services, and even beyond that, sort of like a equalization and justice and creating self-maintaining systems of equity. So Kurt Jensen was presenting mostly on that and some cool specific things that have come out of that. In Grand County specifically, the health department has been helping Indigenous populations get certificate of Indian blood, which is required to access Navajo hardship checks. So that is a very specific thing, but they've been helping 5 or 10 families each month just with that specific thing. And then some other work. Grand County already has kind of a robust sort of network of nonprofits that are creating services, but Emory and Carbon County are really working on consolidating their services into a website and becoming more of a hub, which is very cool. And then local nonprofits in Grand County have also initiated partnering with an online platform called Unite Us, which kind of does a lot of that similar work. It connects social services and healthcare and identifies gaps, and just kind of does a lot of that work for the district. So it's like a lot more, but I feel like that was kind of the really neat stuff coming out of the health department. They are doing lead testing, which is covered by Medicaid. I feel like that's good to know. They are working with the free clinic on monthly breast and cervical exams, school immunizations and vaccines, still doing COVID testing as well. And so that's just like their clinical services. And Orion Rogers actually did a great presentation on the environmental services aspect of things and how much expertise and also random expertise is sort of required within that arm of the health department. And they've been sort of increasing their fee schedule pretty gradually to keep up with that so that they're not just losing money on those services. So yeah, that's the health department. On May 31st, we met with some board members from CNHA talking about the future of the Moab Information Center. And I look forward to kind of that continued discussion with their lease up at the end of the year. On June 2nd, I attended the Moab Area Housing Task Force meeting, which has a lot of overlap with like Planning Commission and other county things. But, you know, there's a lot of good things happening with housing in Grand County. And I'm really pleased at just all the agencies that are involved on the county level. We're still working on ADU updates, as Trish said. Still processing through some of the HDHO projects, working on that temporary dwelling permit. So yeah, all those things that you mentioned, which I am very excited about seeing that progress. On the city level, they have a lot of projects in the planning process. They are also noting that there has not yet been movement on pushing assured housing in the R3 and R4 zoning. The Community Land Trust is very busy, and they are working with the economic development guys on using the Vale and Deed restriction program as a potential prototype for trying something similar in Grand County. So I'm excited to see what that might look like for further adventures in deed restrictions in Grand County. Community Rebuilds is ramping up a lot of education specific work this year. A lot of grants, and then they have a lot of houses going up at Arroyo Crossing, as does the Housing Authority. And yeah, I feel like there's a lot more there with the housing. They are working on to inform policy and us as a body, as well as other government entities. And so that is progressing also. And I feel like that's it.
All right, busy?
Josie, you need to get to work.
Thanks, Josie. Sarah.
Hi, everyone. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. I'm fighting a nasty cold, but glad to tune in remotely. I took some vacation the end of the month, but I did attend a few meetings. So let's see, the mosquito abatement district. I'll start with that. Unfortunately, we have lost our director. She resigned and is leaving, has left imminently. So our mosquito abatement district is, I mean, it's functioning at a high level because we have 3 very committed technicians in the house and 1 biologist who's working remotely for a little while, but we're going to have to scramble to hire a new director. And we're also looking for some interns or summer mosquito control technicians. So if you know of anyone who might be interested in getting a foot in the door in this field, definitely let me know. There are interagency fire restrictions in place, which I think people have touched on, but I'll just say it again. They're in place on BLM, National Forest Service, national parks, state lands, and unincorporated private lands in Grand and San Juan County. So this includes fireworks and cooking with charcoal, as well as smoking outside, not just fires. So spread the word. I know the county is going to put some signs up tomorrow, and I've seen some small signs put up, I think by state lands, out on 191 on the way into town. So hopefully we'll get the word out. I also attended the Community Renewable Energy Agency meeting, and the communications department of that board has directed us to start calling it the Utah 100 Communities program. So it's less of a mouthful, where communities united with the goal of net 100% renewable electricity. That's the 100. So Utah 100 Communities, I'll start referring to it like that. They are wondering if is anyone in Grand County in the staff or elected officials who want to be contact people for press releases and spokespeople about Grand County's involvement in the program. So if you're interested or willing in that, let me know, and maybe I'll reach out to Mallory and you got the team in the administrator's office to see if one of you would be a contact too. And that is about it for me. I thought Kara and Duncan brought up some great questions, like who in the county unites all of these weird efforts with fire and weeds and fuels reduction. And I was really grateful to get that answer that it should just go through you, Mallory, and then you can distribute it. But yeah, I'd like to touch base soon to talk about different facets of that. And that's everything for me.
Thank you, Sarah, and hope you feel better. Summer colds are the worst.
Yeah, I'm almost better. I think I just didn't want to contaminate, infect, be a vector.
Of course. I had a busy end of the month. I attended a number of meetings that other folks have alluded to, including the city county meeting, the meeting with Senator Bramble, the CNHA meeting, and the lunch with Curtis Wells and Mary. I also, on the 18th, attended a TSSD meeting, the Thompson Water Board meeting, and the main gist of that was there was a public hearing for a rate change, and then we actually voted in that rate change, which will bring up the rates in Thompson and will help increase needed revenue over there. So that was a great thing that happened. Yeah. On the 19th, there was a historical preservation committee meeting that actually didn't attain quorum, so that got rescheduled for this month. June 16th will be the date of that meeting. On the 25th, Chamber of Commerce meeting, where we discussed many things, including Arch's visitation numbers and the possible effect on those by the Arches reservation system. Also discussed occupancy reports and TRT, among a few other things at the chamber. And they had a successful charity golf tournament. And we discussed planning for the 4th of July festivities that the chamber helps put on at Swanee Park as well. No dunk tank this year.
No dunk.
No dunk tank.
Well, that's kind of good.
Right. I attended the Governor's Spirit of Service Award that was given out to the Moab Valley Multicultural Center. That was awesome. Governor Cox was down to present the award, and that was a well-deserved award. And many congratulations to Rihanna and her team over at the Moab Valley Multicultural Center. On the first, I attended a Noise 2.0 committee meeting where we discussed priorities going forward, and that will result in a workshop before our next meeting on the 21st at 2 o'clock. And we would like as much participation from the public at that as possible. I think the county attorney sent out an email about how to promote that, but be sure to let people know. We'll have a half an hour public comment period and accept emails concerning those priorities at that workshop. Again, that'll be at 2 o'clock before our next regular commission meeting. I attended on the 3rd a responsible recreation meeting. A lot of that Maddie discussed in her report. A couple of the things that we went to in depth were the business program, talking about that, starting with like bike shops and kind of non-motorized stuff, but then we'd like to move into motorized eventually with the business program. And also potentially we discussed like the Trail Ambassador program, also looking to address motorized issues as well. And then yesterday, along with Mary, I attended the Pack Creek campground fire action meeting with many of the folks that were here at the beginning of our meeting, as well as others from departments in the county. I guess the upshot of that is just everyone worked really well together. And like I said before, that could have been a much, much worse fire if not for the awesome efforts of everybody involved. And at the time of getting the trailer park open to people coming back in less than 48 hours after that fire is just a huge effort, huge. And so thanks to everyone, there's just a great variety of folks that worked on that. And another thing that came out of that was a lot of people have asked about donations. So there is a donation site link on the grandcountyutah.net website on our portal page. If you just scroll down a little bit, there's a big link there, and everyone's kind of trying to collaborate on that, like the Multicultural Center and Moab Solutions. So those will all go to one place before being distributed. So if you'd like to make a contribution, then that's the place that you can do so. And again, that's on the grandcountyutah.net site. And that is it for me. All right, we're on to elected official reports. And I think I saw Clerk Wojtek is online. Gabriel, do you have anything to report?
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, sorry I can't be there with y'all. I'm on the tail end of my own quarantine over here, but I'm feeling fine and happy. We had these successful public logic and accuracy test on May 27th, and that's just checking to make sure that our voting machines and tabulators are all working great and 100% and awesome, and they surely are. And I'm learning a lot about how all that equipment works. And the only other thing is that I have gotten word that the ballots for the Republican primary coming up this month on the 28th, those ballots are at the post office in Phoenix, so they'll make their way up to Provo and back down here. So folks that are registered to vote Republican will be getting those ballots by the end of the week. And that's all I have for now.
All right, thanks, Gabe. Our county attorney, Christina Sloan, is online also.
I do have a quick update. You guys hit most of what I've done in the past couple of weeks of interest, but a couple of other things. Our new police chief, Jared Garcia, has been here about a month. I've met with him several times. I'm hugely impressed with him so far. I'm very excited about this hire. And so I want to compliment the city of Moab on that. I think he has the experience and access to resources and passion that we really need. And one place we've been working well together is reaching out to our school district in light of both a local threat and then the newest Uvalde school shooting, to start asking questions, start looking into, where gaps are in support at the school district level to keep our kids safe. I had actually reached out. I have 2 kids at HMK. I'd reached out to the district actually the week before these 2 events happened, just days apart, to start asking questions. I've been added to the school district safety team But it's really, the response has got to be the entire community supporting the school district. And that includes numerous agencies, which naturally in COVID days, I think there's been, a lack of focus for multiple agencies that should be helping support our school district better. I also think it's really important we bring this conversation to the community. So I'm working with the school district to hopefully be in a place where we could have a community discussion on how we're keeping our kids safe from mass violence in our schools in the fall. So that's stuff that's been taking a lot of my time. It hasn't been something I've been involved in the past, but something that's really important. And I'm sure I'll be reaching out to you guys for support. Certainly the sheriff's office and the police department have been engaging them, but agencies too, like the Department of DCFS and even the Family Support Center within the county, I think can be doing a lot to support and educate kids and families within our school district. So important stuff for all of us to be engaged in and to be reaching out to the school district, see how we can help them. There's been a lot of legislative changes in the juvenile code and some other things that put more responsibility and larger burdens on our school district without any funding, without any resources to get it done. So it really is a huge community issue for all of us to be engaged in.
All right. Yeah, thank you for your work on that, Christina. I think that's it on elected officials. So we're up to the commission administrator report. Mallory.
Okay. So a number of you hit on things that I also attended or meetings that I was a part of. I won't go back to those. When I was in the other room, but it sounds like Gunther did share about his departure that's coming up, and we're really sad to lose him, but so thankful for all of his hard work and really sticking it out and helping us to get to that final goal that opens the box of goals of getting a new general plan in place. So thank you, John. We will plan something as kind of a final send off, more to come on that. Something, the last meeting I was at, I missed, sorry, the last meeting in May, but the first meeting in May, you may recall that I scheduled a water presentation that never happened, or workshop. So I just wanted to let you all know that was confirmed on another date. It will be on August 2nd, which is a ways out, but with some scheduling conflicts, Mark said that would be the best date. So set in stone, August 2nd.
You were only 3 months off. It's not that big of a deal.
Pretty extreme. And then I believe it was also spoken about with the noise workshop that will be on the 21st. And there's some conversations that were also alluded to just for kind of advertising, getting the word out. And I think a big thing will be hitting on us spreading the word of why that public comment is important, and kind of the what's different, but why it matters and how it will be integrated, so that folks know they're not just commenting to tick off a box, but that it's really, really valuable feedback. The other thing I'll say is I did go out of town, and I want to give a shout out to Tammy and her staff. I was at the airport and I got to see their new parking setup, and it was super easy, nice and slick, and just thank you to Tammy and her team for all their hard work. But that is all that I'm going to struggle through saying today.
Thanks, Mallory. Cohen, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I went to all the meetings that have already been discussed, so I don't think I can add too much more. I would like to note that Alicia has been working on the calendar. At the end of the meetings, we usually do a calendar roundup or update where we discuss the calendar. Alicia's put everything on the calendar online. So let's see, do you want to share that screen, or do you want me to? I can try and demo it right now if you'd like. It's actually. So if you go around to the homepage here, This is the Grand County homepage. Click on the calendar, you can come down and click view all. Scroll down and we've just got a ton of different events and everything that have all been added to the calendar. If you come over, you can select calendar. Why is that not working? Right there. Select the calendar. You can select all of these if you want. All calendars. Hit the search button. And it'll show every event countywide. Oh, it's included.
All right.
So we've made a huge amount of progress on the calendar. I know we had some public comment asking more about kind of integration between the city and the county, and we're still kind of working on that. But this county calendar is quite up to date and quite accurate. It's probably not 100%, but 98% there. So
So you said you can click on like some of the events.
yes. Some of them, so the people that create the events, sometimes they have to add things. And if like the school district is really good about adding, so you can click on more details. And it will pull up all the details that have been entered in.
Ah, impressive. Yeah. Does that mean our calendar section at the end of the meeting is a thing of the past?
That was our hope.
Okay. No, you guys are big fans of that.
But yeah, Alicia ran point on this and it's been fantastic. So we're happy to share that.
Thank you, Alicia. Yeah, it does. All right.
That's all I've got.
That's all you got. All right, I see our strategic development director, Chris Baird, is here. Did you have anything you wanted to report on, Chris?
Yeah, I'll update you when I get to my.
Okay. Perfect. Sounds great. And it is exactly 6 o'clock. You guys got the got the agenda perfect today. If there are any citizens in the room who would like to come up and be heard, now's your opportunity. Doesn't look like anyone in the room. Is there anyone online who would like to be heard? No raised hands or anyone on Zoom? All right. It appears not. So we will continue on to our general business action items for discussion and consideration of approval. And we will start with item A, Four Corners Behavioral Health Area Plan 2023. Melissa Huntington, Executive Director of Four Corners Community Behavioral Health. Hi, Melissa.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me and thanks for letting me join virtually today. So as you know, well, some of you may know that every year we come before each commission that Four Corners has an interlocal agreement with, which is Carbon, Emery, and Grand County. And we present our annual area plan for approval from each of the commissions to approve. And this is a kind of an expectation of the Division of Substance Abuse and Mental Health in the Department of Health. But also it's a portion in our interlocal agreement. This is a public document that gets posted and basically acknowledges what we are planning to do in the coming year. So for our, we work off of a fiscal year. So our fiscal year of 2023 will start in July 1st. So we are just here to get our plan approved for the year.
All right. Thanks, Melissa. Does anyone have any questions for Melissa?
I'd just like to comment. I drove by the new facilities and wow, how beautiful. How, I mean, it's off the beaten track. So go down Knobs and look at it's very exciting. So, but I'll make a motion. I move the Four Corners Community Behavior. I move to approve the full Four Corners Community Behavioral Health 2023 area plan.
Thank you, Mary. I have a motion by Mary. Do I have a second? Second by Evan. Discussion?
I had a question for Melissa. Was there any big changes to this year's plan compared to years past?
So there's always just new additions to things as we expand and learn new things. I would say the biggest addition to this year's plan would be at the very last minute, and I mean last minute, we added this into the area plan. We were informed that we were going to be receiving funding for the first rural receiving center in the state of Utah. So that's really, really exciting for us. It's something that no other counties have yet. There are some urban areas that have receiving centers there, but we will be piloting the first in any rural area in Utah. So pretty proud of that, and we're going to be working feverishly moving forward to do that. We don't have a location set for it at this point, but we have a couple of ideas of things that we'll be looking for. We'll most likely pilot our receiving center for the funding we have right now in Carbon County, but anyone in our 3 local area can utilize that. And what a receiving center is, kind of in a nutshell, is it's a 23-hour facility, meaning people can come and stay up to 23 hours. So it won't be licensed or zoned for an overnight facility, but essentially these are for anybody who has any kind of a crisis or needs support in some way, can walk in or be dropped off at the receiving center and receive either direct services there, so services for mental health or substance use disorder, or they can receive referrals to appropriate placements for them. So this is kind of in the continuum of crisis services. This is kind of a very intensive kind of I don't know how to explain it, kind of like the most intensive of the crisis services outside of inpatient hospitalization, but it fits together with our other crisis services. So we have the statewide crisis line, and we have MCOT services, which we deliver mobile crisis intervention wherever needed in the community. And now this will just be one more additional resource we have for our community members. So it's really exciting.
All right, thank you, Melissa.
Yeah.
Any other discussion or questions for Melissa? I have a motion on the table by Mary and a second by Evan. I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
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 Looks like the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right. Agenda item B, airport layout plan update with final scope of work. Tammy Howland, interim airport director. Hi, Tammy.
Hey, thank you guys. Yes, so every year we get our airport improvement money. That's our $1 million pot of money that we get for projects. This year on our list is the SRE building, which we talked about at the last meeting. The remainder of that money we are proposing to use for our airport layout plan. This is a requirement from the FAA that the airport needs to update the airport layout plan. And that includes a narrative report, the description of the airport's current condition and future needs. The scope of work includes updating the airport layout plan, the drawings, the narrative report, and the preparation for our 10-year capital improvement plan with the recommended projects, what years to do those projects, and a 20-year overall recommended development plan. The last time that we did this update was in 2015. And I believe by 2018, we had already overexceeded and blew that plan out of the water. So we are desperate, not desperately, but we are in need of updating this plan. It is essential to move forward on a lot of the projects. In the eyes of the FAA, this is the first step that we need to do before we can continue on with any other projects beyond what we have planned for the next 2 years. So we've opted to do that this year. So this is just approval for the scope of work for that airport layout plan. The match cost for that is the $15,817. We are able to use our CARES Act money for that. So that's pretty much covered out of that grant. Is there any other questions from the board? Sorry.
Thanks, Tammy. Any questions for Tammy? Anyone care to make a motion?
Sure. I move to approve the airport layout plan update, final scope of work with all Armstrong Consultants, which also known as Task Order Q.
Thanks, Kevin.
I'll second that.
Second by Trish. Any further discussion? Call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
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 All right, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Thanks, Tammy. On to agenda item C, scope of work and task order with Jones and DeMille Engineering. Chris Bear, Strategic Development Director.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, Chris.
Last year, the Transportation Commission awarded $2.7 million out of the hotspot funding for the Spanish Valley Drive multi-use pathway. So Bill Jackson and I have been working with Jones and DeMille for this scope of work and task order that's in your packet. So this includes pre-construction design, full pre-construction design to the Pack Creek Bridge, and then partial design from there to the county line. And the reason, the reason for that is that we're expecting that we'll have enough money to hopefully do construction up to the bridge. And the remainder, the reason why we're doing partial design is that we can incorporate it into some of our development requirements. So as development occurs in that southern portion of Spanish Valley Drive, that we'll have enough of the design prepared that we can relay that to developers and they can incorporate it into their development. And so that's the rationale for not using that money for construction. And so I think we kind of went in that direction. I think it's a good decision, and hopefully you do too. The scope of work also includes the preparation of the construction bid documents. So that's part of it as well. Synchronous with this, Bill Jackson and I will also be working on right-of-way acquisition. So that'll all be happening. And, hopefully if we can get the design done soon enough, we might be able to commence construction in fall.
Wow.
That is so cool.
Awesome. On how
It's
fast
so
things
great.
progress, but yeah, this is a first step.
How difficult is the right-of-way acquisition?
Yeah.
I don't know yet.
Right.
I mean, we've actually made some progress since we did a bit of work in 2019 on evaluating the right-of-way scenario. We've actually gained right-of-way since then, just through the subdivision process.
Right.
So several of the right-of-way issues are resolved already. Yeah. So, we'll find out. But I may actually have to bring an agreement to you guys for a consultant, right-of-way acquisition consultant. Bigger projects, federally funded projects actually require a third-party consultant. This one doesn't, but still all the requirements on our end for providing information in the process for right-of-way acquisition are still there.
Yeah.
So I may, want a consultant to help me out, to guide me through the process. I don't think we'll need like a full-blown consultant contract like we would if we were federal funding. But, I'm going to discuss that with some folks that UDOT has, some contacts that UDOT has provided me.
Awesome, Chris. Yeah, I'm super excited about this project, both from a recreational standpoint. I ride down that road a lot, but more from a transportation standpoint with all the housing developments that are going in down there, affordable housing. I think it would be great for active transportation and commuting, getting people out of cars and riding into town is awesome.
Yeah, I definitely see it as, sort of arterial for non-motorized
Certainly.
transportation in the valley. Then, as we progress in our land use plan updates and development standards updates, hopefully we'll be able to incorporate more trails into development as it occurs, and we'll funnel into this major arterial.
It's a great step.
Really cool.
Chris, would you say again what the anticipated section was? Up to what bridge? From where?
The Pat Creek Bridge on Spanish Valley Drive. So
Zimmerman's, isn't it?
Where Beeman comes out?
Yeah.
Or
near
is it Beeman or Zimmerman?
I
Zimmerman.
think it's Beeman, yeah.
Yeah, by the Wilson's farm.
Yeah,
and that.
right by Gary Wilson's, yeah.
And that's kind of a crux of the route, is how to cross the creek there.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely could be an expensive cross, but there's also challenges, the hill, beginning part of the trail going up the hill, there's some retaining walls that would have to be built, and some of that. So possibly some geotechnical work, in that area, which we haven't, determined yet. So there could be other costs associated that aren't included in this yet, but this will help do the investigation. So Jones and Mill will do the topology surveying and that kind of thing, and we'll have to make a decision about if we want to do some geotechnical work in some of the areas.
Is the anticipated width going to be about the same as the North Moab bike path?
So we're hoping for a 10-foot wide 2-lane detached bike path with a 5-foot buffer between the road, shoulder, and the path. If we can't get the right of way for that, then we may in some places have to do a shoulder pathway instead, like we have on Mill Creek Drive.
Yeah,
and that would be like a fallback. But I'm hoping to be able to procure the right of way for a fully detached path all the way from Mill Creek Drive to the Pat Creek Bridge.
So has it been decided yet whether it's on the east or the west side and
It'll
or
be on
mixed?
the west side.
West side?
Unless, there's some reason why we can't have it on the east side, which could happen if there's right of way problems. But I think, hopefully, we would be at least be able to get a shoulder bike lane instead of having to go all the way to the other side of the road. That would be great for.
And is one of the things under consider, if you were in a place where you had room on the east, you're building the bike path on the west, you've got room on the east, is there the possibility of realigning the road as part of this project?
No, not that I'm aware of. I think that would be, it's possible. One of our major upgrades, and most costly projects though, and you'll see this in the master transportation plan, is the full upgrade to Spanish Valley Drive itself. But I'm not aware of any potential realignment. I suppose anything's possible, but it's not something that I've considered.
Some of the early planning, I don't know if it survived, but the east side was going to be like equestrian trails for access to the arena. So I don't think it involved construction, but some paint and designation.
Yeah, all those kind of things depend on right of way, and we get that kind of procure those kinds of easements.
Yeah, Chris, if right of way does allow it, is there a possibility of having portions of the trail further than 5 feet from the road?
Yes, that's possible. Although I don't know that would be necessary. Okay. It's a pretty safe and standardized buffer zone.
Yeah.
So basically, what you see at Arroyo Crossing right now is.
Yeah, they built it to the design. Except, the only thing that I'd say is that we shouldn't do gravel buffer, just because of the maintenance associated with having gravel. But with the exception of gravel as a buffer, I think that's a good example of the design.
It'd be interesting to use that buffer as like a rainwater catchment from the stormwater from the road and have trees or some kind of vegetation as a buffer. I don't
Yeah,
know.
we have discussed that. We're on a budget, but through the design process.
Dig a hole.
There is going to be a lot of drainage engineering happening, and so I discussed a little bit with Johnsonville and UDOT some beautification improvements possibilities. So I guess we'll see what the budget allows. So, and we won't really know for sure how far we're going to be able to take it until we go out to bid and get the bids come back.
Thank you.
Well,
This
with
is-
that in mind, I would move to approve the scope of work and task order with Jones and DeMille Engineering for pre-construction design services for the Spanish Valley Drive multi-use pathway for an amount not to exceed $211,000, which is reimbursable via cooperative agreement.
Second.
All right, awesome. Any further discussion?
I guess I'd just say that it'd be much easier in the design phase to incorporate those like sunken basins, even if we're not planting right away, for future beautification.
Yeah, I'll definitely bring the topic up.
Yeah,
Thanks,
it
Chris.
might help entice people with right away also.
Yeah, I think part of our strategy for procuring right away is also to try to improve people's yards, if possible, with fencing and walls, that kind of thing.
Certainly. All right, I have a motion by Evan and a second by Mary. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
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 And the motion passes unanimously. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah. On to agenda item D, Planning Commission Board appointment. Don't have, who was,
Alyssa, I think was supposed to.
I, sorry, I'm here. I'm just, sorry, let me just turn my video off. It's pointing downwards, sorry. Okay, I'm in my office, so I'll be seeing you guys in a little bit. I'm just down the hall. But for this one, for the Planning Commission appointment, the Planning Commission had a vacancy and we received one application from Mr. Aaron Lindberg. At the May 23rd Planning Commission meeting, the applicant was interviewed by commissioners and subsequently they voted unanimously to send a recommendation to the County Commission to appoint Aaron Lindberg to serve on the Planning Commission for the remainder of the term ending in 2024. We are excited to have Aaron on board and look forward to his involvement and contribution regarding all things planning related in the county.
all right. Thanks, Alyssa. Yes, Evan.
I had the pleasure of serving with Aaron as the secretary of Trail Mix when I served on that board, and I've known him in the community and his involvement and commitment to this. And so it would be my honor to move to approve the appointment of Aaron Lindberg to serve on the Grand County Planning Commission for the term beginning June 13th, 2022 to December 31st, 2024.
Thank you, Evan.
And I will second that. And Aaron's here, and thank you so much. It's a huge commitment. I hope that kind of the average citizen knows what a large commitment it is. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, and I've known Aaron for a long time as well. And yeah, thanks for stepping up, Aaron. And I think you'll do a great job.
And it is a big commitment. Big of that, all boards are big commitments, but this one is a big commitment. So thank you.
Not to scare you.
It's impactful. Glad to have you.
So usually when we have board appointments, we put all the applications in the packet. And I guess that didn't happen this time. So.
Oh, I did not realize that. Yeah, we just had the one application, but I will definitely do that next time.
And I think we did get an email application. It was about a month ago, I believe, from Aaron. So it did come through our inboxes at one point.
Okay. Yeah. True.
All right. Any other further discussion on the appointment? And let's see. We have a motion by Evan and a second by Trish. So I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
That one passes unanimously as well. Congratulations, Aaron. All right, we're on to agenda item E, request for proposals for economic development advertising service. August Granith. All right.
August was on that meeting with me also. I thought maybe he knew what he was doing, but he did not either.
Way to throw him under the bus.
So, because I was emailing him during the meeting, like, do you have the slightest clue what's going on? He's like, no.
I can be clear that largely that was an audio because they were trying to do hybrid in a big echoey room. There's not party here.
Nice recovery.
Yeah.
The Southeast Utah Association of Local Governments is a really important part of our coordination efforts here.
But there's all these like little subcommittees and I was
it was 3 board meetings back to back,
like
without much context.
What's going on? Figuring out.
All right, I'm gonna try to share. Okay, so today I'm bringing forth an RFP basically for a media agency. The big picture is kind of abstracting away from the specifics is that this is basically allowing our department to streamline our marketing work by actually designating an agency of record for the support, plan, and execution of paid advertising very specifically. On an annual basis, so we don't have to go out contract by contract, project by project, which is what we're doing this year. In the past, Love Communications has won this contract, but that expired at the end of 2021. One of the bigger ones that has been approved this year, they are working on, and they did win the RFP for the time entry education campaign. And so the intention here would to issue an RFP, get proposals, and ultimately have this agency then actually execute and help the strategy and implementation of all marketing. But this doesn't actually authorize any marketing campaigns or any marketing spend. It's just the RFP itself. Contextually, this is kind of made a priority because the Utah Office of Tourism's Cooperative Marketing Grant has a deadline of June 22nd for next year's campaign. So we need to get our ducks in a row to make that happen. And there's a timeline at the end that I'll kind of walk through just for context on that. But specifically, it's approving an RFP. So let's take a quick look at that. So specifically, let's see this. Specifically, and I should say we include the focus that TRT is funding a lot of this. What is the constraints of TRT? It includes the responsible recreation advertising policy, so that is something that is being noted and focused on. But the specific scope of work is to help our office develop strategy, plan the media, exactly which outlets we're trying to place advertising in, and then be the point of contact to speak with sales reps for those media agencies, negotiate contracts, and get the biggest bang for buck, as well as keeping those pesky salespeople out of my inbox. And although they're lovely and I like them, but it really is distracting. And then managing those campaigns, optimizing those campaigns, and delivering reports to all involved, and then including a high level of client engagement with us, with the Commission of the Child Council Board. Requirements are making less interesting to you all. And I think that what's important to note here is that in the background, making it very clear that the county commission ultimately has the final say on kind of how TRT is spent and how our office prioritizes these things. It makes it very clear also that we rely on the advice and support of the Child Council Board, et cetera. A couple more just pieces of information to anticipate any questions here. For this year so far, we've allocated a couple campaigns. So the $200,000 time entry visitor education campaign. We did an RFP, Love won that. That is currently running. We spent about $32,000 on ad hoc kind of print and TV related media. That was us doing that. And then budgeted for this year is $150 grand for that flying visitation campaign that got brought up during pre-authorization list conversation in January. There is a matching grant of the same amount from the state. So this total campaign plan there is 300 grand. It's about 40 grand in billboard expenses. And there's a couple other little things there, but that's out of a total kind of paid advertising budget of 440 grand for this year. The other thing I wanted to note is a brief update on the Utah Office of Tourism's cooperative marketing program. So we're working on final reports for 2 past programs that we've run. We were approved and have grant money for fly-in campaign, and we are applying for next year's round by June 22nd. And so basically where that leaves us is that because we haven't launched that 2021 campaign yet, we're reviewing that internally, making sure it still fits our goals while we're developing that next year application. And just for some context on timeline, today's the 7th, we're trying to get that RFP reviewed. Tomorrow, if approved, we issue that. It has to be up for a week. So then we would meet as a scoring committee and hopefully award that contract on the 15th. On the 14th, we'd be meeting with the Travel Council Advisory Board to review that overall co-op strategy. And we want to ensure that the county commission is involved in that conversation. And then on the 21st, we'd be bringing in 3 things: the actual media agency contract that comes out of the RFP, the strategy for this year's co-op campaign, and the application for next year's co-op campaign. And then on Wednesday, the 22nd, that co-op campaign grant is actually due. So we're kind of trying to fit a lot in a couple weeks here, of which this is kind of like the first step. Any questions?
Questions for August?
So if I understand correctly, then the new UOT co-op grant, the commission will have a chance to review the application, but only one day before the deadline.
Well, the intention is that's when we have to get like letters of support and everything. Obviously, we don't have many more commission meetings, and by that I mean none until then. So I think we want to have some way to do that, whether it's either at the next travel council meeting and bringing a bunch of the commission there, maybe having like a joint meeting of some kind. Scheduling issues, I'm sure, are there, but trying to figure how to get as much input on that ahead of time, so it's not, oh, you have to say yes to that, or you're making us as staff in a stuck situation. So we're going to try to get that, whatever we're thinking about, to you all and an active and open input process ahead of time.
And are there any initial ideas now, or?
Well, so I think the first is just if this fly-in campaign, which is basically based on the assumptions that people who are flying in are spending more money locally, whether it's through the Moab Express to get to the airport to town, all of the guides and outfitters that are going to be used to help them out, they have to stay in a hotel, they're not going to be camping, and that's kind of a quality visitor, and that it helps to ensure the staying power in the long run for those flights from Salt Lake and Denver, and that it's just if those flights are getting filled, SkyWest is going to keep those, which has multiple co-benefits to locals and to the visitor economy. So if that feels like something that still makes sense, we'd probably go forward with that for this year and potentially do something similar to that in the application for next year, as the state's reviewing committee likes to see some coherence across application years, or at least strategy.
Okay, so it sounds like the main idea at the moment is to do something similar to the previous.
Yeah, but the main difference this year is that states like Forever Mighty Initiative, which I think mirrors a lot of our responsible recreation programming and focus, is eligible in this co-op grant. It's all one, so they had like a pilot Forever Mighty program last year. So this year, your main application can have those forever money or responsible recreation components, which we have to by.
So we could potentially then split it between something similar to the existing flying campaign and just more straightforward.
Yeah, there's a whole, it's a pretty wide open program. You can apply for all kinds of things. You can apply for whatever you want. Will you get it is a different question, perhaps.
I have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
It sounds like a good idea to me to contract out for a unified media strategy. But I was wondering if you anticipate that, well, my worry there would be that it'd be harder to prioritize trying to find local artists or doing these more DIY distribution of funds to folks in Moab who are maybe in a position to create some advertising. So I don't know, have you thought about how that might impact the kinds of products that are produced, or if there's a way to kind of work with goals like that while also hiring a consultant like this?
Definitely. So if you look at the scope of work, content production is actually not what we're asking of this agency.
Okay.
So, historically, we've worked in-house to do a lot of the actual content creation. So this doesn't preclude us from, either using some other content agency or local content creators. And that sounds very social media oriented, but I mean, basically creative, the production of creative content for actual advertising. This is much more, what's the bigger picture? What's effective? Let's get the best terms and then implement that in a cost-effective and time-effective way for our office.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Yeah, good question, Sarah. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for August?
So just looking at the scope of work right now, one thing Love has done in the past is a sort of survey, gathering data on potential visitors. That would still fall within the scope of this, you think?
Yeah, so and I would put that under like strategy. I think in the past that's been an additional contract actually.
Okay.
Where it's like, this is a research project we want to do, it's under 50 grand. That goes through a separate purchasing process. It could be something we could add to the scope of work, is some kind of like research, but I mean, in here within strategy, kind of analysis of relevant market data is something I put in there, but maybe performance of original research as necessary might be something to add to catch that kind of thing.
Yes, I mean, I think it's definitely something I hope we will do, and whether it belongs in this scope of work or somewhere else.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. I think specifically all of like the audience segmentation work that they did to think about who would be the most educatable when it comes to responsible recreation messaging. It's a perfect example. Totally fits under all of this. So I think if you wanted to make an amended motion or something like that, we could make sure that gets changed and put in there.
Cool.
All right, no motion's been made. So.
No motion hasn't been made yet.
Attempt to make one that incorporates.
Have at it, Kevin. Yeah.
Yeah. So I move to approve the publication of a request for proposals for a media agency for marketing services, with the proviso that the scope of work is modified to include surveys like the such as the segmentation survey. So I'll leave the exact language to.
Yeah. All right. Motion by Kevin. Second by Mary. Any other discussion or questions for August? I will say, as a longtime business owner, I appreciate the fly-in customer. So I like that direction.
Yeah. I mean, typically, the farther you travel, the more you spend.
Right. Yeah. Very much. All right. Thanks, August. All right, I have a motion by Kevin and a second by Mary. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. And I can't see Sarah on the screen.
Aye.
Thanks, Sarah. Motion passes unanimously. All right,
I'll just send out that amended language tomorrow. That'd be great.
All right. All right, we're on to our consent agenda, and it's a lengthy consent agenda. So I wanted to put it to any commissioners, if any of you see a action item on that you'd like to pull.
I noticed a minor edit in the BLM cooperative agreement. It was just matching names to titles.
Which item number is that?
Item H.
H.
It had Chris Baird listed as the commissioner administrator.
Right. I actually, yeah.
So I didn't know if we wanted to leave it as the commission administrator or leave it as Chris Baird.
Mallory's doing that on purpose.
But I am okay approving that tonight with those edits to be made in the future.
Great, noted. Thanks, Evan. All right, any other items anyone would like to pull, or otherwise I'll go through the consent agenda and we can vote on it as a entirety. All right, the consent agenda action items. Item A, board appointment, modification / changes. Item B, appointing a commission liaison to the Canyonlands Natural History Association. Agenda item C, Grand Center table purchase. Consent agenda item D, ratification of letter requesting approval of use of patent land for commercial film production. Consent agenda item E, ratification of letter to School and Institutional Trust Lands Administration, SITLA, regarding a proposed land lease in Castle Valley. Consent agenda item F, local consent for Sandbar Lounge LLC, liquor license application. Consent agenda item G, trails cost share agreement. Consent agenda item H, Bureau of Land Management Cooperative Agreement. Consent agenda item I, weed supervisors grant. Consent agenda item J, grant application to the FAA for a no foam testing device at the airport. And finally, consent agenda item K, Grand County Commission letter of action towards gun violence. Do I have a motion?
I move to accept the consent agenda.
Thanks, Mary.
I'll second that.
All right, motion by Mary, second by Trish. Any discussion on the consent agenda other than what Evan has already noted? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. And Sarah?
Aye.
Thank you. Consent agenda passes unanimously. All right, we're on to our discussion item, and the discussion item is special event permitting process. Christina Sloan, our county attorney.
Okay, for the benefit of the public, because I think you guys all know this, we've been permitting special events here forever. When I came into office, our special event committee was comprised of our referral agencies. So that might be department heads in the county, health, fire, all the important folks for making an event run safely, sheriff's office, police. But their job, they were really focused on permitting the event in a safe way. So they were focused on the mechanics of how do we make this event happen safely. They were not focused on a bigger review of, do we want this event? Is this event legal? What are the impacts of this event that are negative, et cetera? So we did change, it's been a couple of years now, the composition of the special events committee to be comprised more of leadership positions, so more elected officials on that committee, as well as some other department heads. That happened a bit ago. And that same update, we empowered the commission to review more special event permit applications, and we provide a little bit more information about what you wanted to see. Of course, ATV events were one of those, also large events were one. So that was changed language. And then we created a new section that envisioned that we would adopt special event review guidelines to empower the new special event committee to vet special events at a deeper level at the start of the process. That really, well, we didn't adopt review guidelines, so that deeper vetting process is not happening. There is a process now for legal review, and we are going to be considering a temporary use ordinance that will allow certain special events to proceed that actually we have no allowance for in our land use code expressly, the huge one being music events, for example. There's actually no express allowance for that. But what we want to talk about today is, you know, what would the commission like to see in these review guidelines? How would the commission like to see our special events committee reviewing these things at a deeper level? And do we want to tweak which events come to you? I also think the timing of that's very important. To the extent events that right now, to the extent we are doing a deeper dive, it tends to be on the back end. And to the extent you are reviewing permits or permit applications, is happening on the back end. The way our code reads now is all ATV events must come before the commission. Angela Book at OSTA has chosen to move all motorized events through the commission because she knows that's an area of interest to you, although that tends to happen at the backside once a permittee or potential permittee has put a lot of effort in, and so it makes it really hard for you guys to actually deny it. So certainly we want to move that process up towards the beginning, but curious how the commission feels, what you guys consider a community benefit, how you guys want to review this. In the packet, you have a list of all the OSTA events and the general events in Grand County. Those tend to be, the non-OSTA events tend to be public lands oriented. Josie is now working on the special events committee, and I think she'll have a lot of good things to say, places where she could see improvement. But I think one thing that isn't working well is how disjointed the special event staffing is, because we have Angela Book over in OSTA, and she's wonderful, takes a really hard look at these events. And then you have now Rachel over in the travel council, and she's great too, and takes a hard look at the events, but they're in two different departments. Their timing is different, you know, et cetera. So that's something I think we need to look at. Do we want to combine that? Should special events be consolidated in OSTA? Do we have the current staffing levels we need, et cetera? Josie, I don't know if you want to jump in next, maybe to focus the conversation as well.
Sure. I mean, I would.
Quick question.
Yeah.
It's just like a clarification. So what is our authority on public land to deny special events? We have we have authority.
Yeah. So our local jurisdiction and authority is everywhere, unless conflicted by state law or federal law. On federal public lands, for example, the federal government does have its own process, right? They have their own special recreation permitting process. And actually specified in there, they defer to local law. So as one of their conditions to their special event permitting, they require the permittee to be in compliance with local law. And so therefore they do bless our special event permit process. They have worked well with us. We had a little bit of a blip in time. Of course, COVID was part of that. And then Elaine and Mary Lou leaving was part of a transition where we weren't communicating as well with the BLM about the special event permit applications they were getting versus what we were getting. But we're back in with the BLM. So back working together well on that. So they do support our process. And another update you're going to see eventually, we're chipping away at it, but we also want to see what happens here, is making the triggers for when a special event permit is required in Grand County to be a little bit more consistent with the BLM's process. Theirs is very case by case. Their SRP handbook is about 26 pages to help determine whether you need a permit. So it's not exactly the same, but I do think they'll work together better in the future.
Question: How about special events permitted by the city of Moab? Because there's a whole nother list of special events that don't come before us. Is that correct?
Yeah, we defer to the city, so we don't.
Right.
Every now and then, well, let's say a special event wants to book Lions Park. This came up recently, actually. Wants to book Lions Park for the registration packet distribution. process, which, you know, as you guys know, in these events, competitive events in particular, can be hours and hours long, but the whole rest of the event is in the county. The county and the city work together. Typically, in that instance, for example, the city would defer to the county permit process, and we've done the same for the city. So we do try to ensure there's not too much duplicity between the two local entities. It's not perfect, but works pretty well so far as I can tell.
Okay.
Yeah, there's definitely overlap there also for a lot of events. I think just my own personal experience with the music festival, it's like this event is county, this event is city, this is sort of county and city. And so you end up doing a lot of duplication.
Right.
Yeah. But I think that communication can still be streamlined between the city and county, and that is also an intent. And then I would, because I did visit OSTA yesterday, and Angie gave me a tour, and you know, I know that there is interest on the OSTA end of sort of owning more completely the special events process in Grand County and sort of being the one-stop shop for events in Grand County. I understand a lot of the argument for that on one hand. I also think that OSTA is a very like unique and specific entity, and that an OSTA event is not necessarily the same as a non-OSTA event. And so I'm curious to get other people's input on that, because my worry is that that might not that the way things operate both with permitting and with operations at OSTA might not be always compatible with other Grand County events.
So currently the special events on the list that aren't OSTA involved, does Angie have any sway? She doesn't have that. That's Rachel in the committee, and then the OSTA events go through Angie first.
Angie is on
the. She's on the committee.
She's
okay,
on the,
right.
yeah, exactly.
But otherwise, the OSTA events start with OSTA, basically.
Yeah, and they're done like very largely in-house, and they, you know, most of them are repeating events, so they have like a very kind of structured operations around that, and it's all pretty like she's definitely better at anticipating things larger out than I think the other events in Grand County are.
She's been at it for a lot longer. Rachel's pretty new. I think she's only been in there for a few months.
But then,
yeah,
is it still that if you get an OSTA event, you don't have to do the other process?
Well, no, and I think that's part of, you know, I feel like with OSTA, and this is what I see with the frustration with the OSTA staff, is that they either want to like own the special events process completely or just have a lot more autonomy with how OSTA goes. Because right now, I think most OSTA events still need approval by the special events committee, which can kind of like really gum up their operations, which are pretty streamlined.
It does.
Yeah,
Just for what? Just for clarification, someone asked me before, OSTA stands for Old Spanish Trail Arena.
Thank you.
It does seem like with some of those events that are permitted through OSTA, they have really big countywide impacts, like they're on all the trails also. So I don't know, I can see the frustration, and also I understand. It seems clear to me that with those events that aren't just held at OSTA, but that's the center of the event, that it is important to be reviewed by the larger committee.
And those are, Sarah. So the only ones that are handled in-house administratively are things that don't qualify for a special event.
Okay.
Yeah. Birthday parties, weddings, we have church events there, that kind of stuff.
Right.
Yeah. I would say that it's like two separate issues. One being what triggers the commission to have oversight. And I think that's either, you know, what we currently have, which is ATV events, or maybe more broadly motorized events. And I would recommend moving that way further up in the process so that we can intervene much earlier or have a decision, an opinion much earlier. And then I think whether or not to create a special events department within OSTA or without OSTA is kind of a separate topic. Sorry, Kevin.
It's okay. I was going to make the point that you just made. So I agree with what Josie said about, you know, making decisions early enough that, you know, we don't want someone to go through some cumbersome application process and then just say, no, thanks. I think the thing I'm most concerned about is this isn't the 1980s, and we can afford to be choosy about special events. We've discussed that a lot. I think there's more demand for special events in the Moab area than we have weekends available. And so I would like to see integrated into the process somehow a way that we can sort of rationally choose between different events that might want to happen in this. If there's 5 big events that want to happen in April and we've got room for only 2 or 3 of them, I don't think it should just be first come, first serve. I think we can pay some attention to events that have been established a long time, but so I guess I'd like to see, at least for the large events, something where maybe quarterly we look at all the ones that are applying for a certain time frame, and then we decide which ones we want to invite to move forward or something like that. I can think about maybe there are other ways of handling that. Some other things. I think when we've had these discussions before, well, I think we should make more differentiation between large events and small events. I think the really small things, don't have the same issues. We could imagine a more streamlined process for those. And I think similarly, if some events that are based at OSTA have implications everywhere, but a lot of them don't. And so we might also want to have kind of a streamlined pathway for a purely OSTA event that's happening place only at OSTA. And so those are some thoughts.
No, I think those are great points, Kevin. Yeah.
In terms of determining if we have or don't have capacity for multiple events, do you have a vision for how we do that? EMS and sheriff resources are certainly limitations. And I wouldn't say that I'm aware that we have denied anything because of capacity, but I do think our special event permit coordinators have encouraged people to look at other weekends if there's a busy weekend. But is that something that purely our referral agencies decide based on their own capacity, or how we determine that?
Yeah, no, I think that's a tough question. And I think, it's something I hope we'll discuss over the coming weeks, but just to get the discussion started, one idea would be to look at historically how many events with, say, more than 500 participants we've had at different times of the year. And that's a baseline, and then decide, do we want to freeze things there? Do we want to allow it to grow in certain months of the year? Or are there some months where we think we have too many busy weekends and we'd like to scale it back a bit? So that's one idea. And then once we establish those baselines, then we could say, okay, in April, we're going to have 2 very big events and 2 other medium large events, or some kind of informal quota. I think we should probably make the rule flexible, because if we get like a locally sponsored events, something we might want to let that happen, even if it does below the quota. I think we do have an interest in making it easier for locally sponsored events to happen. So those are some ideas, but I think it's a tough question, and maybe we'll come up with better solutions by discussing it.
I like the idea of giving preference to local events.
Yeah, I think this idea of creating some kind of like ranking system or a list where people get points for different attributes to their event is good, because right now, if we're like, oh, April and October and May and September are all full, but they're all full with events that cater to a very specific demographic, which is basically like white males. And then somebody like, this is a good example this year, the powwow came in and it's great. It's in September. It's a new big event. Hopefully it's reoccurring, but it serves a completely different population. And I don't want to say like the doors are closed in Moab for special events during the time when you can actually gather outside. If there are new events that are going to increase the like diversity and welcoming atmosphere in our rural town. So I don't know, I'd like to see instead of just like, oh, this event's been here forever, it automatically remains, and we now have a cap on events. I'd like to see some kind of prioritized ranking where we can say, oh, this is good for community benefit because it serves minority populations, or does something else like that.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I wasn't saying that we should, free. Yeah, I don't think there's like a permanent, like once you've got an April event, you have it for all eternity. I think, I can think of maybe 4 or 5 large events that have been going on a long time. Jeep Safari and Half Marathon come to mind, where we would probably, just want to give them an automatic pass. But I think pretty much everybody else, if another event comes along that we think better serves the community, then I think we should go with a newer event. I don't think, you get some kind of permanent lock on the weekend.
I mean, it seems like a lot of what you guys are talking about is in the application, right? Is it family oriented? Does it pertain to, I mean, I don't know. Do we just want to rework the
review form?
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. The review form.
But the big difference, I'm sorry.
No, go for it.
Yeah, I think that application looks great. And I was going to ask, is that our current application or is that a proposed new one? But
No, I copied it a while ago from somebody else. Field acquisition.
Okay.
Excuse me.
I did some field acquisition.
Okay, so this is a proposed new.
Mallory, can I clarify? This isn't like the permit application. This would be the internal mechanism for reviewing events. So this would almost be like a follow-up. And my question around that is like, who grades these things? How do we do that moving forward?
But to answer Trish's question, I think the big change I'd like to see, if we can figure out a way to do it practically, is I think right now we say yes or no to events one at a time. Someone comes and say, I want to do this event on this weekend, and we say yes or no. And then if later another event comes wanting to do that same month or weekend, and we might have preferred to have it, it's kind of too late. And so what I think we should be, I don't think it should be, we should dole them out on a first come, first served basis.
Right.
I think that the events should have to compete with each other, and we have some process where we select the ones which give the best mix for the community.
Right.
And again, I'm only talking about the largest events.
Just what would you clarify as large? 100?
Maybe 300 or 500.
500? 500.
So what you want to see is some type of, I'm not going to be able to articulate this, cultural compared to family do you know what I'm saying? Some kind of.
It's almost like a quarterly review or something.
Yeah, no,
it's like
quarterly
you have
review.
a deadline, you get if you want more than 500 people, you have to submit. And then at that quarterly date, you'd say what's on the table, what's going on, and then kind of shuffle them around.
Yeah, no, I think you expressed it well. Thanks.
And if I may, we do have this intent to apply in place, and maybe that's just something to build off of also, of people are supposed to indicate what kind of event it is. So if it's over a certain number of people, maybe it is hitting this quarterly commission requirement, where then it's coming to you all as like a spreadsheet of what boxes did they check in their intent to apply. There should be a narrative of what kind of event it is. I think, Christina, is it in there, or did we talk about adding a requirement, or just per request an explanation of why it's a benefit to the community? Is it?
Yeah, we don't currently require that, but I think it's going to be really important at the intent, the initial stage, if we're going to try to vet early, to have that. I'm looking at this form now. I had not paid attention to it previously. I think it's great. I think maybe if anything, it has too much. I could see just the things we care about getting diffused because there's so much here. And I'm sort of curious whether there are things here that the commission doesn't care so much about, or if you guys, our history is just approving events. And so we even have a form like this, but I think it's easy to justify approving everything. So I kind of like the weighted thing better. That's something I'm more used to. I'm not sure. We could certainly work with this too, but this is certainly getting us in the right direction. Yeah, maybe we go through each one of these And decide. And, you know, if we're going to do it instead of weighted percentages, if we're going to do it by positive, neutral, negative, I think y'all need to give the committee some clear direction on what percentage of positive there needs to be to approve or something like that. Otherwise, it just becomes the same old wishy-washy thing we're doing already, I feel like.
Yeah, perhaps if it was done kind of like a grant where you have like 5 points for each thing and you could get up to 5 points.
Yeah.
And it adds up to a total and makes a clearer decision.
Yeah, I think that's good.
So scored.
Yeah.
application. If we do go with the complicated scoring, I think it might make sense to, you know, have the committee do that and then have the whole slate, you know, be approved by the commission. And that way, if there's, you know, some event that we like that just doesn't fit well into the scoring scheme, we can still make. So I don't think we should lock ourselves into what, you know, the numbers that just will give the default recommendation that we could deviate from if we feel the need to.
Yeah, I think if we do that, we need to add some things to the list. Like, is it a motorized event? Does it cater to a minority population? Just maybe those two things. I don't know if there are more. Because the family oriented, that's okay, but it seems like most events kind of can check that box. Or the community oriented.
Yeah, I think those two additions sound good. I mean, everything else is pretty good. But I agree, Sarah, those two things would be a nice addition.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of spitballing on some of these boxes that are here. I know this isn't a final, this is just a draft, but like criteria around the hotels, restaurants, you know, if there's a kind of more backcountry or camping oriented event, you know, I don't want to see it get dinged because it's not bringing more money to hotels or whatever. I also think it's okay to have adult oriented events too that aren't family oriented. So
right, what exactly does that? Never mind, I don't.
The arts, culture, education, history, health, sports, or wellness box could probably be broken down a little bit. I think most of our events fall under those categories. But maybe arts, culture, education, history together, and then health, sports, and wellness together. So maybe break it down into 2 boxes.
And you're right, Evan. Maybe you could just get rid of, you could just say businesses and merchants and get rid of specifically. Because the reality is, an out of door event, something in Indian Creek, they're going to go to the grocery store. They're going to be buying fuel.
Also, how important is a 501c3 designation? Because a lot of the events that even we're not stoked about might be nonprofit.
Yeah, I would cut that completely.
You would what?
Cut that out.
Cut that out because I mean, nonprofits can generate a whole lot of money for the.
That's true. In the current events list, we do have a checkbox for whether they're nonprofit or for profit. So that is something we've been tracking for some reason until now.
It could trigger some different document requirements. A varying path, right, Christina?
But whether we want to score it or not, maybe. I don't know.
Right. This is also a lot to go through early on without an application, without them doing all the work. A narrative would help, certainly. Obviously, a lot of our events have a track record, so we know what is involved. But I don't know really how well that works to do this at an initial stage versus after we've received the full application and talked to our referral agencies.
Yeah, I mean, Christina, it seems to me that for the intent to apply, rather than having like a very elaborate scorecard, it's more about having triggers of things that are definitely like not desirable, I guess. And so the commission can kind of decide what those triggers are, whether it be like an event size that maybe doesn't say we're not going to do this, but that it invites further scrutiny before they even really give us that narrative.
So I'm wondering if we should give somebody homework.
I was
See how
gonna
I look directly at her.
I was going to suggest maybe some, committee of commissioners, Chrissy and whoever else cares a lot about the special events, just to come, take some of the ideas that have been mentioned here and come up with the next iteration of the proposal.
Right.
That's a great idea.
You guys okay with that?
Yeah, what other commissioners?
Did you
would
see
be-
how I said you guys and gals? I'm more than happy to participate.
Yeah, I think you just signed up. You are the OSTA liaison, right?
I'm good with that.
There you go.
I'm down with that.
So we have Trish and Josie, Evan?
Yeah.
If there's cemetery events, I'm happy to. No, I can weigh in for sure.
So us and then,
I wonder about
Angie. are
Sarah
okay.
also.
Okay, great. And Christina?
I think you need to be.
Yeah,
Would that
and
work?
probably Rachel Calloway as well. I would.
Okay. Okay.
Right. And Rachel.
One thing I would ask or suggest that the committee could take into consideration is this question of should OSTA be handled in a completely different realm? And maybe they could also make recommendations as to the special events in general and if there should be a position under OSTA that houses all of those. That's just.
Well, here's a question. How does the Grand Center work? They book events all the time that aren't necessarily countywide special events. But
They're, sorry, Sarah, they're actually, they go through the city,
Great.
which is interesting.
Building in there.
Angie wanted to make a comment. Go ahead, Angie.
Come on up, Angie.
We do look into putting all.
Yeah, if you want to, yeah, you can. You can take the microphone here, sit at the table, whichever one works.
If we do look into putting all of the special events under OSTA, I understand that's a huge change and there's a lot to learn. It's something I've definitely been looking at and pulling ideas together, and I have a ton of ideas for that. One of them being that employee would need to research all the locations that those special events happen at. We need to get educated on it. We need to make course maps, have layout plans, things along those lines, come up with their safety plans, medical plans, and bring it all together like how I do OSTA. And at some point, we are going to get just as familiar with it as I am with OSTA. It's a learning point. So nobody going into it is going to know everything right off the bat. We have to learn it and we have to start somewhere. And it's a task I'm willing to take on. But I think if we could bring it together and wrangle in that communication barrier that we're having, I think it will help. So it's something I'm willing to accept the challenge. And I'm willing to learn it.
And having to,
Will you guys unshare the screen? It still has the spreadsheet up there.
No, I like the colors.
I was just gonna add, I second that, and I think that Angie's doing an awesome job. With all of that
Thank you,
stuff.
August.
And Rachel's wonderful. She's doing great, but it is a bit bizarre to have her who staff in our office and other things. We're also trying to promote events and make them happen. And I mean, it makes sense for us to be looking at specific. I think to Kevin's previous conversation about the calendar, the visitation calendar, what weekends are busy, what weekends are not, when we could use more special events, when we maybe feel like we don't need to add additional kind of like fuel to that particular weekend. And that seems like the role of our office. And then I would certainly support having kind of an additional staff person at OSTA to manage the actual event process, because there is, we do miss things.
We do, and it would help on some miscommunications. There was one of it in particular that I knew what their end goal was, and it ended up happening.
Because they had gone through Angie, Angie had referred them to our office, and they just didn't go to our office. And then months and months and months later, they're like, "Oh, our event's happening," and we have to make it happen 3 days before.
And that could have been vice versa too. That could have happened the other way. But I think if we wrangle it in and put it into one office, it could help on those communication parts.
Yeah, and I think a further out vision for the special events coordinator, I feel like that's been thrown around, is that they would not only manage events, but potentially also start to generate events, which is something that you've already done at OSTA or in the process of doing it OSTA. And so that can kind of be a internal look at if we're not getting certain kinds of events that we want to see more of, rather than wait for it to come to us, we could actually develop those in-house. Yeah.
Right. And then I guess we have an event grant program that is facilitated by the Travel Council Board. So does that go with that person to run those grants and all the details associated with it? That's a question for another day.
Yeah. All right. So what's that?
I was just gonna say, I think it makes a lot of sense to have kind of one office doing it, and if you've got the bandwidth and the willingness, that seems like a place to kind of start and build something there.
I guess I'd want to hear more details, for events that have nothing to do with OSTA. It, doesn't. I mean, I guess the concern I thought I heard coming from OSTA is that you guys do a lot of events, and I think a lot of just they aren't controversial. They happen only at OSTA, and you chafe at the red tape you have to go through, and I think we can address that problem by just a separate category of purely OSTA events, and that I just think that's another approach we could look at in addition to bringing it all under one person.
Do you want to discuss that now or later?
Later.
I think we're tired.
Like a form of government. Because I do have comments on that. I have a couple of events that are kind of trying to find ways around that, just because I'm familiar with them and I know them through the community. So they're renting different parts of my facility so that way I could do their special event permit. But it's not on OSTA property. So they're just renting parts, but they're all different locations, and I'm doing their permit in whole.
Right.
So it's
because to clarify, if any part of the event happens at OSTA, Angie does the event.
I do the event.
Even, I think all of the Use Your Teach Card is a perfect example. Most people don't actually, I don't know, as someone who's not participating in that, I don't think of, that's an OSTA thing. That's like on the trails.
It's on the trails, but it's an OSTA permit.
Because they have the vendor showcase.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah,
But just to clarify, that means Angie's taking it through the special event permit process instead of Rich. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
So or Angie or
whoever the Grand County event coordinator is.
yeah, that's to be determined by the committee.
Right.
So,
Okay.
I think we need to, pull a few people off to discuss this.
Right. I think I think that's great. So we've decided we'll have a committee of the current special events committee, as well as Josie, Trish, and another commissioner interested
I got
in
stuck on it
specifically.
because
This guy, we invited
I'm not very familiar with the current processes, but I'm happy to weigh in where I can. So.
Okay, that sounds great. When and should we just do an email discussion of our first to start that out?
Can you do that, Mallory? No, or do you want me to send out an email? What do you want to do? You got it. Okay.
She was just being.
When's the next regular scheduled meeting of the Defense Committee?
I can't remember.
I think it's in July.
I think we
maybe
should
before that.
wrap.
I think it should be.
Yeah.
We need to wrap it up.
Okay, so Mallory's going to send out an email, and that committee will get started. And thank you for initiating the discussion, Christina. Everyone feel good about that?
Yeah, maybe you could connect with about thoughts on when that timeline makes sense. So before the
Great.
end of July.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks all. On to public hearings. We have a number of public hearings tonight, and the first one, A, is ordinance approving the tin roof cabin resort overnight accommodations overlay campground. Lisa.
Good evening.
So this overnight accommodations overlay campground request is made by property owner Jick Taylor and project representative Tim Keogh. We are here tonight. The request is for a partial rezone for 17.25 acres of a 373 acre parcel in the northeast LaSalle Mountain area for the purpose of developing a seasonal 12 cabin rustic resort. The project includes 1,000 feet access road through the development that ends at an emergency turnaround at the north end of the property. Each of the 12 cabins would be accessed via a 20 foot wide approach driveway coming from the left and right of the access road. An engineered septic system will be designed to collect wastewater from each cabin and deliver the wastewater to a leach field at the north end of the property. Potable water will be hauled and stored in a cistern to be delivered via buried pipe to each cabin. The northeast LaSalle Mountain area is located within the Range Resource and Recreation Future Land Use Designation in the general plan, which calls for residential densities ranging from 1 dwelling per 5 acres. In addition to residential uses, this designation includes recreation, resort development, agriculture, and development extraction of natural resources. The proposed OAO campground district for a 12 cabin seasonal resort is consistent with the general plan in that it fits within the future land use described as range resource and recreation, being a recreation resort type development. The tin roof cabin resort development is substantially consistent with LUC Article 4.6.5 OAO design standards. By meeting the design standards for energy, open space, height, density and scale, site configuration, and building design. The project does not provide mixed use transit stops or EV charging stations. When approving or denying an OAO district application, the commission shall consider and make findings related to the impact of the proposed development on Grand County's effort to achieve or maintain a balanced ratio of mixed uses in the county, including residential, lodging, and commercial uses. And in determining what constitutes a balanced ratio of mixed uses, the county commission shall consider the following factors. As of the most recently available data, the overnight accommodation units to primary residential units ratio is 1.7, 3 points over the early 2019 ratio of 1.4, which is the established baseline for considering approval of new OAO districts. This is based off of the county treasurer's database as of 10/20/21. There are currently 3,372 primary dwelling units in Grand County, including the city, and 5,414 overnight rental units. I have actually reached out recently to Chris Kaufman to get updated numbers on primary dwelling units, and he seems to remember that the data set that he provided for us back in October is something that he receives on an annual basis. It's a report of some sort. So he says that it might not be available for a few more months or so, but as soon as I get that, I'm going to keep working on updating that ratio, because it is, the last time we looked at that was in October. So there currently does not exist data demonstrating carrying capacity analysis, nor are there additional studies specific to Grand County in relation to considering OAO district approval. The tin roof cabin resort development has been reviewed against the considerations of interest in section 4.6.7C with regard to impacts and benefits to Grand County as follows. The tin roof resort promotes small scale remote recreation, and while it may not necessarily enhance economic diversification within Grand County, it does provide a lighter alternative to typical overnight accommodations such as hotels, RV parks, and short-term rentals in residential zones. The development will not have a large impact on job creation, but will provide about 2 employment opportunities. The development is not expected to affect wages in Grand County. As the project site is very remote, community aesthetics will not be affected. The tin roof resort is designed to not be visible from the adjacent county road, nor from any other location in the county. The tin roof resort will be developed within a modest footprint of roughly 17 acres, preserving the majority of the 373 acre parcel as undisturbed open space. Civic space will not be created or affected. The project will not require county infrastructure such as water or sewer. It may, however, have an impact on county maintained Class B roads with increased visitor traffic. The project will utilize solar power for electricity, and an engineered septic system and leach field will be managed to manage on-site wastewater. The applicant proposes a development that complies with the Wildlands Urban Interface Code. As such, prescribed defensible spaces and fire retardant building materials would be utilized. Cabins will have central heating as opposed to fireplaces or wood stoves, and no exterior fires will be allowed. The project is designed to collect rainwater runoff from roofs of the structures to be stored on site for fire protection. Emergency and fire services will be impacted, however, due to the site's remote location and relative distance from the nearest emergency dispatch. The 70-foot turnaround at the end of the access driveway will allow for emergency vehicles to maneuver onto and off the property if needed. The development may contribute to increased traffic on the rural roads in the northeast LaSalle's. The applicant conducted an unofficial traffic study and determined that each cabin at full capacity would generate approximately 4 trips per day for a total of 48 maximum trips per day, but on average, the visitors should not be causing major traffic congestion. Water resources, potable, I already said, the potable water will be hauled and stored in a cistern and delivered via buried pipe. The applicant hopes to develop on-site potable water in the future. The owner proposes to accommodate housing needs of himself and an additional employee at the ranch headquarters located at Hidden Lake in an effort to avoid the need for such employees to travel to Moab for housing. As far as crowding or congestion in national parks, this project is intended to provide a getaway for folks who desire to spend time primarily in the LaSalle Mountain region as opposed to crowding national parks and other areas of Grand County. In a public hearing on February 14th, 2022, the Grand County Planning Commission considered all evidence and testimony presented with respect to the subject application and voted 4-2 to send an unfavorable recommendation to the Grand County Commission. The Planning Commission stated concerns related to additional volume of traffic as well as potential fire hazard impact on surrounding national forests. The Planning Commission also expressed the importance of evaluating future land use in this area through the current general plan update process before considering approving similar applications. That was a long staff report, sorry. But if you have any questions on this one.
Questions for Lisa?
I have a question, and I'm kind of reviewing the county attorney remarks as well, because I feel like there's kind of a larger issue of not this specific development, but all the things that we're kind of reviewing as a county that we want to get in place before we sort of do this more piecemeal. But I also wanted to ask specifically about the partial rezone and the difference between doing it that way and doing it without the partial rezone.
The partial rezone was requested by the applicant, and we as staff feel like it even though that's not ideal in planning, it works better for this OAO because it's an overlay zone, and this parcel is 373 acres. So the idea was to not have the whole 370 acres as an overnight accommodations overlay. I mean, even though there's only 12 units that would be approved with that, it's still kind of.
So you're just overlaying that 17 acres, right? Okay, got it.
Yeah, it would be.
Right, but that would be rezoned to what zone again, or what's
so the range and grazing is the underlying zone, so that would remain for the whole parcel, and then the overnight accommodations overlay for campground district would be on just that 17 acres.
Okay.
Yeah,
I see.
One reason I object to that is the better practice would be to rezone the entire property. In my opinion, it's easier to track. It's easier, to do this parcel by parcel. And then you would require, for example, that the entirety outside of the 17-acre piece would remain open space. But we can't do that when we're doing a partial rezone of just a small area of a larger parcel. So it's really bad practice.
Right, and it would still be underlying range and grazing, but with the overlay attributed on top. I think like my brain's a little bit like, what does that mean?
Yeah, so the range and grazing would still apply all the, and that would be the case even for if we had rezoned the entire parcel OAO, the underlying range and grazing would still be there. But to Christina's point, if we had the ability to, we don't have that in our code currently. We have not updated the OAO section yet to allow us to include in the development agreement that the whole rest of the parcel would be preserved as open space. So.
And I think that's my other question, because I'm kind of like bullet pointing those larger pieces, and one would be completing that process, the OAO planning process, more to completion, addressing an employee housing clause, even though the applicant wants to include it. I know we've, just as practice, it's good to actually have that be required. So getting to the point of the process where we do require that for RV parks and campgrounds. Christina mentioned the study of park model units and making sure that we are considering what the implications of those are. And then the carrying capacity study in regards to the ratio. And this might be an unfair large question for you, but like, what is a sort of timeline for actually getting some of these things into place in consideration of an applicant?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the OAO, getting the code updated to reflect how we want to set these development agreements up in the future, I think that's probably not happening until August, September, until we get the housing stuff all taken care of and updated in our code. So I would say like early fall-ish to get going on that. And then as far as updating the ratio, I feel like that could happen rather soon. But I don't know if we are completely relying on that data set that Chris Kaufman provided in October, but there might be other ways to find out the primary dwelling units. So that's not a really difficult thing to work on. Can squeeze it in.
Right. The applicants are here. Do they want to speak to this?
You guys can both come up here.
Taylor Hall's our engineer. I'm Tim Keogh, and everybody knows Jay. I really don't know that there's much to respond to. Do you have any questions?
I mean, for me, this is more of a learning process. I respect everyone's opinion, and so I'm just kind of a fly on the wall at this point. I do have opinions, but I think they're better served to be kept to myself at this time. It seems like there's a lot to be considered, especially as there's moving pieces in and around the county that's meant to try to help protect, or I guess help you guys be stewards of the county and the people. But at the same time, I'm kind of new to this process, but just understanding Jake's scenario here, to me, it seems easy, but that's why I'm here to learn.
I have a question for the applicants. First of all, could you all stop sharing the screen so I can see the commission chamber? And my question involves fire danger. And can you speak directly to what steps you would take to address the incredible fire danger at the site, and also speak to what fire district you hope would cover the property?
Well, they've already talked about, there were things that Alyssa already talked about regarding fire, as far as catching water, working on defensible space. I know that I've talked to Jick specifically because they've been doing a ton of fire mitigation in the Willow Basin area. So I talked to him about just trying to get them to State Fire and Lands. And I don't know if you guys have done that yet, but just bringing that on around, because they're doing a ton all around their Willow Basin, and that's just around the corner.
Right. Duncan just talked about how expensive all of that was for each of that. So I was just wondering if there was any, if the applicant had any plan.
Right.
No, really haven't discussed it any further than defensible space and collecting some water on site.
But they also talked about not allowing outside fires and not having stoves inside.
Correct.
So, but I would recommend talking to State Fire and Lands and, seeing what they're doing in Willow Basin and just seeing if they can start moving around, because they've been doing a ton of work, as you know, right there on. that's it's definitely a great question and a concern.
How long does it take to drive from this site to Moab?
1 hour.
The fastest way, the loop road or down Castle Valley and then out the right and another road.
Excuse me. I couldn't hear you.
Via the access is down through Castle Valley to the River Road to Moab.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, one thing I'll say about this idea of open space, I mean, this land historically, and we're talking about, I believe, 4 generations, has been livestock husbandry, specifically horses, and they continue to do that, right? So there's still livestock on that property, which is really good for fire mitigation. And I would assume that will continue. They're also allowing some leases to come in and graze with sheep, and so I would assume that will continue. You guys will continue running livestock. So.
And the Jick's lands are far more than the 375 that this parcel is on. He has contiguous, some 15 or 1600.
I guess for me, and this isn't a question, it's just a comment. You know, the difference to me in the developers that we have come to the table, and we just approved a development out on Westwater, not too far, honestly, as the crow flies, is that these are all developers not from here. And, you know, Jick is from here. He was raised here. Again, he's 4 generations. And I would rather support people that are from here and are trying to make a living here and want to stay here and then raise their grandchildren here, their children and grandchildren. Instead of just, we continue to, again, we approved that Westwater. And to be honest, and I'm going to be point blank honest, they buffaloed us in my mind. They threw in some fancy words about stargazing and we approved it. And you know, some guy from, I can't remember where he was from, Denver, somewhere in Colorado. You know, I guess I'm just more receptive to supporting the people that live here, have raised their children here, and they're going to raise their grandchildren here. So, but I know we're not, I understand it's just a public hearing, so I'll try to.
Yeah, Mary.
I have another question.
Let's go with Mary first, and then you can ask your question, Sarah.
Does it work without this? Oh. I don't know. I just broke it. I guess I was just a point of order that traditionally the time for commission to discuss this is at
the following
next meeting.
Good point.
This is our opportunity to hear from. Questions are good here.
Yeah.
I think questions are great, but I think this isn't the up.
I agree.
You know, this is not a time for us to, so, and then we talk about it and discuss it, because we need to hear from the public tonight.
Right.
So I do have a question. So right now you're talking about hauling water, correct?
Yes.
For the cabins.
Yes.
But then the goal is to eventually possibly drill a well.
Develop an on-site well.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah had a question also.
Do you anticipate access to the site will be open year-round?
Currently, the county does not maintain the last section of road, the last, what is it, a half mile? So no.
And then just follow up on Trish's, where are you gonna get the water right now?
From a approved public water source in Moab, that's
Okay.
Moab City, I believe.
Okay. Any further questions before I open the public hearing?
I did have one more question, and maybe this is more for Jick. Have you had interest? I mean, I know you've talked to some people. Is it more locals that are showing interest in renting these? Do you have any idea about your clientele? And I'm just kind of throwing.
It's been both. It's been local people that come in working here.
Okay.
Friends and family from out of state.
Okay, so a little bit of everywhere. Okay.
I guess I had sort of a question. Maybe I'm pushing the limits. I was going to run by you just because I think it's a good, you know, when we discuss this next week, we're not going to have the opportunity or the develop, we're gonna be.
Right.
So I just want to predict some things that are going to be said next week and get if you had anything to add. So I think when we're arguing in favor of this, one would probably emphasize that it's very far from Moab and somewhat disconnected from the, the issues that we were trying to solve with the OAO thing. And it's not super large. It's not 40 cabins or 60 cabins. It's just 12. Anything else you can think of? Because as you probably know, in general, I think the feeling in the community as a whole, and certainly on the commission, is that in the last few years, we've had too many overnight accommodations built. And we've put in this process where they need a commission vote to be approved. And if it's just an ordinary overnight accommodation, I think what we've done in the past is we just say no, because we've got a lot of others in the pipeline. So you need to argue that we should make an exception in your case. I gave a couple of reasons we might want to make an exception. Can you think of others?
Well, the biggest pro for this project, I think, is it's how far it is from town. It's less impactful than anything else that's going to come down the pike, I believe. Jick's going to do some marketing in Colorado. Hopefully he gets a lot of his traffic from over there. Visitors that may not even come through Moab to get to it. And I continue to believe that a large part of his visitors are going to be up there because they don't want to be down here mixing with the hordes.
And so now let me preview some of the arguments against, and again, I'm interested to hear your response. One that's already been brought up is fire. I mean, wildfires throughout the West, and this area in particular, it's a really bad problem. And one way to prevent that problem from getting worse is to not locate houses and other infrastructure that needs protection in the middle of a fire-prone area. You mentioned, you're not doing outdoor campfires, but how else would you respond to that?
Or even inside heat, wood stoves won't be allowed. All because of wildfire opportunities. We're going to collect rainwater, and culinary water will be available if there is a fire, God forbid. We're well aware of the dangers that exist up there, particularly in the drought we're in now.
Another argument is that, so we've had a few different small overnight accommodation proposals come before the commission in the past year or so. One of them in Westwater that did get approved. I think one of the reasons it was small and it was far away, and you check both of those boxes. But another one that's still being discussed a little bit closer to town is a relatively small number of units, but they're offering a conservation easement on, I forget how many acres it is, 300 or 500, but they're saying basically, if we do this development here, all the open space around it, all the private land opens, will be preserved. Are you, open to that? Are you open to anything like that?
Well, I think that's a big ask.
It is an ask, but it's an offer that other developers have made. So, it's going to be on our minds.
Well, the 17 acres is a pretty generous parcel for the 12 units of density to start with. And with approval of this plan, it can be assured that will be open space outside of the roads and improvements that will be present there.
So, but I guess someone might say that, okay, we've approved, 12 cabins on 17 acres now, and then a few years later, there's an additional 30 acres, and this is just the beginning of what will eventually become a very large development in this area. And, we might think it's not going to happen for economic reasons, but I'm just, how would you address that concern?
I think that those future projects have to go through the same process that we're going through right now. They'll have to satisfy your concerns and needs.
Because it's.
So we can just say no to the future projects.
Am I right? They're just asking about those 17 acres to be the overlay. So the rest is not like it's not like a complete zoning change. It's right there and then the rest stays grazing.
Yeah, no, this is the point that
Am I
Christina also
understanding that right?
raised, right?
Right,
Is
yeah,
that- am I
because you're kind of
understanding that right?
increasing the density on those 17 acres. So there, alternatively, there could be more conservation easement to sort of match the density of range and grazing. I don't know if that's what's.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
That would be one way of looking at it. Again, I'm not saying, I'm kind of playing devil's advocate here, but
appreciate it.
No,
And
it's a
honestly,
good
I
statement.
talked to Jim about that.
I mean, and the reality is the people that offered the 500, they didn't do it. I mean, they're saying they would do it, a conservation easement, which is a nice thought, but they're just saying, oh, sure, down the line, we'll
well,
put it in a
I think
conservation.
I think
easement.
they're willing. They wanted to do it, but we told them we didn't have a mechanism. I think
Right, that is
they-
true. That is
And
correct.
we kicked it back to them when we do have a
Yeah.
mechanism potentially.
Are
we can
we
bring that
working
back.
on a mechanism? Correct. We're working on a mechanism so people can do that.
And personally, I think the code is written already gives that mechanism. I mean, just, it's got a master plan. You can put anything you want in there. So I think I disagree with those who say we don't have the mechanisms.
And I like the idea, and I like the idea of a conservation easement.
Okay, so sorry about all the complicated questions, but again, since you won't get a chance to talk to us next week when we actually vote, I just wanted to hear from you now.
I thought we could ask them questions next week, can't we? That's okay. We just won't hear from the public, but we can ask anyone questions. This will be the opportunity for the public to hear. We can ask them questions.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Can we also ask opponents questions next week then? I mean, it just seems like another
Well,
whole
because
public hearing.
we're doing the discussion and we will be discussing and asking questions. And so, and in the past, we've always allowed
But yeah, as long-
questions to be answered.
before
not
before a motion's been made.
Before, yeah. But yeah, we've always allowed questions.
But I think Kevin's point is that if there's someone who's supporting a motion and you give them the floor, that then you have to give the other people the floor again. And this is the chance to hear from the public.
And
So
the-
we're not going to hear from the public next time.
Right.
We don't hear from the developers.
And the public to hear from the developers before they make a comment.
But now we're getting off in the weeds.
Right. Any other questions
But I'm
for
with you,
the applicants?
It's a hard line, you know,
It
it's
is.
difficult. It's vague.
I have one last question, which is just a general idea of like the timeline you're looking at, because what I do see is that this is not necessarily something that is that there are other underlying issues that are kind of more on the county to kind of sort out to make this process a lot clearer. And so I'm wondering what timeline feels like on your end.
Mr. Taylor hoped to do construction this season, as in a couple months ago.
So right away, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, then if there are no further questions, which looks like there aren't, I will open this public hearing approving the Tin Roof Cabin Resort Overnight Accommodations Overlay Campground, and the public hearing will stay open until June 15th at 5 p.m.
Thank you.
Thanks. Or is there anyone who'd like to be heard right now, who'd like their comment heard on this particular public hearing? Is there anyone online who would, yes, sir.
Taylor Hall, I bet they're more than great That's all.
All right, thank you, Taylor. Is there anybody on Zoom who would like to be heard on this?
You've been hanging out with.
No, okay. All right, any public comment, emails can be sent to the commission on this. We'll move on to our next public hearing for considering an ordinance approving a rezone request for property located at 15 West Old Highway 6 and 50, Thompson Springs, from range and grazing to general business zoning, parcel number 07-0021-0073. Elisa.
Thank you. The applicant, Sana Carey, is here. Thank you for being here. She is requesting to rezone 1.83 acres of property located in Thompson Springs at the location you mentioned. The general business rezone would accommodate an array of mixed commercial uses at the property, including refurbishing of the existing structures into a cafe space with outdoor entertainment area, a mixed retail space, large storage building, and potentially a chapel. The property consists of 5 existing structures on a 1.83 acre parcel of land that fronts the highway, Highway 94 and Old Highway 6 and 50. The property is currently zoned range and grazing, and historically was the location of the Old Silver Grill Cafe and 4 small dwellings. The cafe was also a filming location for the movie Thelma and Louise, by the way, in 1991. So we know it was in the sort of commercial hub at that time for Thompson Springs. The Thompson Special Service District issued a moratorium on new water accounts in Thompson Springs, and therefore no new development can occur until the moratorium is lifted. Subject property does not have a current water account, and therefore no development would be allowed as a result of this rezone until a water account was approved by the TSSD or other county authorized water provider. So just to reiterate, a rezone approval does not allow the applicant or the owner to go forward with any development. They would have to go through site plan review and building permits, which all require will serve from the TSSD. The rezone request requires no current site plan improvements. Let's see. Per section 4.4 of the general plan, the subject property is located within the the range, resource, and recreation area of the future land use map plan designation. The future land use designation of range, resource, and recreation encourages development that is consistent with residential densities that range from 1 dwelling per 5 acres up to 1 dwelling per 3 acres with a 50% open space set aside. In addition to residential uses, this designation includes recreation, resort development, agriculture, and development extraction of natural resources. While not proposing future residential uses, the rezone request to general business is consistent with the intent of the range resource and recreation future land use, in that it proposes the future proposed uses of the subject property are intended to give a variety of commercial uses that would accommodate tourists, local residents in a commercial setting, including entertainment, food, and retail. The subject parcel is also located within the rural center future land use plan designation. The future land use designation of rural center is intended to vary in size from 5 to 30 acres in total and promotes uses such as neighborhood scale retail, small businesses, local commercial, local tourism, on-site renewable energy, and residential neighborhoods. The mixed uses that the property owner is proposing would be consistent with the future land use map designation of rural center. It should also be noted that the Thompson Springs area in general is anticipated to be evaluated for a broad rezone based on the outcome of the land use analysis that is scheduled to be completed by the fall of 2022. It is anticipated that this area of Thompson Springs will likely be rezoned to commercial in order to create a commercial hub for the community. Such commercial development would be on hold until the realization of additional water resources. So, while not a requirement of a rezone application, the Planning and Zoning Department is requesting a water analysis for property owners applying for rezones in Thompson Springs due to the current moratorium. The submitted analysis completed by TSSD demonstrates that there is not currently a water account, that the TSSD cannot supply water for future development until the state of water resources for the Thompson area changes. While development cannot occur, the TSSD recommended that the county favorably consider this rezone application, as there are efforts currently underway to address the water deficit such that the TSSD will be able to provide water connections at a future date. The proposed rezone is in conformance with Land Use Code Article 9, Administration and Procedure. Yeah, it's also, the application was also reviewed for the issues of consideration in section 9.2.5. Some of those that I'll just note briefly. Was the existing zone for the property adopted in error? It may have been the case that range and grazing zone was designated in error as the historic principal use on the property was commercial. The Thompson Springs area is undergoing many changes as of late, including a replat to improve street design and general layout of lots. A land use analysis is slated for the summer and fall 2022 to evaluate zoning for the entire town. Historically, Thompson experienced a boom and a bust and is now on the upswing of that. The community may gain benefits of revitalization as the rezone may encourage renovation of rundown structures and general cleanup of the area. The rezone will also provide local retail services, a restaurant, cafe, and a venue for gathering and outdoor entertainment. The proposed uses are compatible with surrounding properties being in the historic commercial center of Thompson Springs. And I would also just note that the planning and zoning staff does not believe that this is spot zoning. Planning Commission considered the rezone request at a public hearing on February 28th, 2022, and voted unanimously to send a favorable recommendation to the County Commission, citing that the property sits within what appears to be the historic commercial center of Thompson, and a recent rezone request for the same was approved on the neighboring property. So yeah, that's the property there in the highlighted with the outline in blue. And then right next to it is general business, the recent rezone for the Desert Moon. And then of course we have the highway commercial, and it's not showing up here, but the OAO layer district is also on that highway commercial area and a little bit next to Sana's property on Desert Moon.
So, Sana, this is where the cafe is, correct? Yeah, the cafe is there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like Thompson, yeah, it's a mess. Well, I mean, the zoning, I mean, saying it's range and grazing. It's like the cafe is there and across the street is an old hotel.
I'm not too sure, Zahina, but you correct me if I'm wrong, if there's been much grazing on your property.
Sana, do you want to come forward, Sana, and potentially answer any questions or speak to this?
I do have another, I know, rabbit.
So I had a question for Elisa before she.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe you could stay there.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's for both, but I mean, I agree with that. You know, this seems like a kind of a no-brainer, rezone. On the other hand, you mentioned that we're about to do rezoning for the entire town later this year. So what's the rush? Wouldn't it make more sense to do this as part of a more comprehensive thing, which might come up with some new commercial zone for Thompson rather than general business? Is there some rush to do it 6 months sooner?
I think it's the property owner's kind of own prerogative to kind of have her timeline that she desires, and we have let Sana know that there is this potential, not potential, but imminent rezone or not rezone even. It really would be a future land use map that we're going to be adopting, and so I don't know if it's completely clear to me that we're going to be actively rezoning the entire town of Thompson. That might have been misstated.
I think it's more of like a replat, right?
But the replat is happening.
Okay.
But that's kind of a separate, that's just parcel boundaries mainly. And then the future land use map will identify areas in Thompson that we want to see for zoning in the future. And those could be requested as a rezone by individuals, or there could be the desire to go ahead and do an entire rezone for Thompson.
Okay. Well, so I guess there was an analogous situation maybe 2 years ago where there were a lot of requests for rezones in the Highway 191, 313 intersection area. And what we would said over and over again is, hey, we're working on a plan for that area, which should be done in 9 months or something, come back then. And so I think what I said about, rezone goes just as well if there's going to be a new future land use plan for this.
Right, and so I see what you're saying, but I guess what I guess what our planning staff has talked about this quite a bit, and we kind of got to the conclusion that even with this rezone being approved now, and then later a rezone for the entire town of Thompson happening, I don't know what the difference would be for, it wouldn't be much of a jump at all for to general business rezone for this, but how it will be existing on the land when we do the eventual rezone. What is the difference between it being range and grazing or general business at the time of the overall rezone? You know what I mean? Like that.
No, but
The rezone of this rezone will be the same.
Well, so
Right.
eventually the rezone in Thompson will likely identify Sana's property for commercial type zoning. Right. So whether that ends up being general business or if it's some new commercial zone, I don't know if that really matters, if it's still going to have to change from range and grazing to something different. I mean, it's still gonna be a commercial.
Right. So again, and this isn't a strong objection. I mean, I think, this is clearly the commercial part of Thompson and probably of our existing zones, general business is the most appropriate. On the other hand, one could imagine that, in this upcoming future land use plan for Thompson, we come up with a new commercial zone that's not as permissive as general business. And then we would be faced, if we wanted to make this conform, it would be a down zone rather than an up zone to change it if it first went to general business. Probably that's not going to make any practical difference, but it's just in general, if you're looking at an area in a comprehensive way, you don't want to sort of piecemeal it in the meantime.
Right, sure, and I understand that, yeah.
So there's hookups, obviously, but you said there's not an active account. Is that
Well, the person who owned it died. And when he died, his brother died, they were both owners. They courteously, because winter was coming, apparently turned the water off so it wouldn't freeze. And so there were a lien on the property for a water bill. I've heard through the grapevine, but I've not seen it in writing, that you cannot turn the water off on a property unless you get the signature of the owner. The only owner of the property, it went through probate, took 2 years to do it. His brother Robert, who ended up selling me the property, is from Pennsylvania. So it's difficult. So it does have a water connection. We have turned it on to make sure that the pipes were not corroded, interior corroded. It's all copper. And, we had that checked and we had a drain valve put in. So they did turn the water on for a short time so we could test it.
Okay.
But it's off now and it's got safety valves. So as it comes into there. So, 3 ways to get water. One is for the city, one is through a cistern, and one is through a well. And so I don't really see the water situation a huge leap, but I want to follow the rules and do everything that's correct. And that's why I was hoping to be open this spring. That's obviously not going to happen. When I went to the planning and zoning and also to the building department, they said, we just don't want to do spot zoning. Why don't you wait till Desert Moon is trying to rezone so we can do it together? Well, we're not. It's spread apart. So Ballard's RV did a spot zoning, and Desert Moon is doing a spot zoning, and then of course, obviously, we're a spot zoning. I was going to wait until June when it all happened, but they wanted me to jump on board with Desert Moon. So I wrote them a check for $550 to start the process. And Less than a month later, they gave me the check back and said, let's wait till we get all the paperwork in. So I had a new title report done and a new zoning done, or a new, what is it called? A new survey done, even though it was already done less than a year before. And they said, oh, by the way, it's not 550 anymore, it's 750. And I'm thinking, I should just wait until they do the whole thing together, but I've already spent the 750. So I feel like, yeah, I'm trying to follow the rules, trying to do everything that everybody is requesting, because, you know, it's too small of a town and I'm not trying to create waves, trying to create sort of an opportunity.
No, that comment helps a
So,
lot.
yeah, so I've been doing, you know, painting outside of buildings and putting new roofs on, and 3 out of the 5 buildings have metal roofs on it, with a cistern not in place, but designated to collect extra water, you know, for that type of system. And I'm not real familiar with all the ins and outs of cisterns, but, you know, we plan to participate in that as well. We plan to have electronic hand washing and toilet system, so that you're not just consistently running water. So, you know, I don't know, you know, I'd like to either jump back and do the zoning with everybody else, or move forward with my $750 and continue the process, or whatever. You just tell me what to do and I'll do it. That's basically what it is. I'm not trying to break any rules. I'm not trying to get anything underneath the covers or whatever. We're just trying to, whatever you want me to do, we can do it, you know, is basically what it is.
Can I ask some clarifying questions on the water? When was the moratorium enacted
Moratorium was
on new accounts?
last fall,
It was
because
last fall.
yeah.
Okay.
So the water was turned off before the moratorium, so it wouldn't freeze, because the owner died about 3 years ago.
Oh, I mean the district-wide moratorium.
Oh,
Wasn't that years ago or a couple years?
It's right after I started. It was pretty quickly. So it's
early-
been over a year.
Early 2021, just
Yeah,
over a
early
year. Right.
2021. Yep.
Okay, and am I correct on understanding that nothing can really be developed until that moratorium ends?
Well, yeah, pretty,
Right.
exactly, because they need to be able to approve a water connection in order for development. Basically, it's a will serve, and they're not.
Right.
allowing that.
So
We
what
had
are the
We had an
benefits?
engineered study done, and that community's deficient. in
Right.
water.
So it's like this chicken or egg thing, like what are the benefits of changing the zoning now? I'm assuming that your tax burden is much lighter with range and grazing.
no,
It's
I
not.
pay I pay full commercial taxes.
Oh,
Yep,
okay.
and it's been that way ever since,
Interesting.
for quite some time.
Because of the historic commercial uses.
Okay, so even with the range and grazing.
So even though it's zoned range and grazing on my taxes,
see.
it's commercial property, so
Okay.
I'm paying commercial taxes.
Okay, so that is interesting and informative.
I think there was a conversation at one point where Sana was feeling, and you can say if I'm wrong, but wanting to get building permits to start doing some renovating and doing some work, just get going on some stuff.
Right.
So like
And so then
anticipating water.
Yeah, anticipating water, and we weren't sure at the time that this conversation was happening about whether she should wait or go forward. And it being that Desert Moon went forward with their request, we thought, well, it's not fair to say you have to wait.
Right.
And even though, you know, you will have to wait till the water comes, we weren't sure if the water might even be coming sooner than we get up to the rezone. So I guess she wanted to have the opportunity to just be ready if the water did get there.
Mhm.
with the new developments that they're doing.
Basically, you know, I need an ADA bathroom, a compliance, and I need an ADA entrance. And so I went to the building department and said, do I need a permit for this? And they said, no. And so I told the cement guys to come in and, you know, start getting the forms and everything, and got a message a few days later, and they said, stop what you're, they said, we'll be out on Friday to check it, to make sure that it's correct. Got a phone call early in that week and said, stop what you're doing. we're gonna hold off. So I've been walking over rubble and jackhammered stairs that all winter long. And then, of course, in the winter, I don't really want to pour cement because I don't want it to lift off. So I'd like to get building permits so that when this is all resolved, I'm not just starting at square one. So that's why I've been painting. We've been removing 12 different junky vehicles. We've made 4 trips to the recycle center for metal and huge trailer loads of recycled junk and bed springs and just all kinds of stuff. So the area is pretty cleaned up. We've got one more building that we are going to remove, which is a chicken coop. But the wind seems to keep knocking that down. So, we just have to collect the parts and pieces and throw it on the trailer and make another trip.
Just to clarify.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to clarify the permit issues in the moratorium. The permit issues are related to the moratorium, not to the zoning.
Right.
And so, the moratorium we have in place does prohibit all construction activity, including reconstruction and alteration. It was passed, our second one was passed February 1. The last I heard from the BLM, they were not expecting to approve the new water source this year. But certainly before the expiration of moratorium 2, the county will do some work to find out where that process is. And of course, the district is looking into additional water sources too, but those are even farther out, most likely, although there is one new effort that's underway that could possibly happen this year. So there is a lot in play, but as of now, the zoning does not affect that permit problem.
Right, I'm kind of reading that so I guess that's my other question maybe for you, Chrissy, is like, what's the harm of approving the rezone now if virtually nothing happens until that water situation changes?
Yeah, I don't need water to do.
Well, but building permits are, what she's saying is that those are actually tethered to that moratorium.
And picking up junk and, we're doing about every single thing we can do, planting some cactus. I've got some petroglyphs, up at the Seco Canyon, those 6 feet tall petroglyphs. I'm having them, they're actually were cut out yesterday out of metal, and we're going to be putting them kind of in one of the little entrance areas. There's a lot of RVs there that can't make that dip to the petroglyphs. So we're creating live sculptures there, to just kind of make the whole place a little bit more attractive as opposed to, so it's not really doing any construction. We're just kind of raking and cleaning and painting and, boarding up windows and putting keep out signs and stuff like that.
Tidying up, it sounds like.
Right, which doesn't require.
No.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, it just seems like it's
Right.
a chicken or egg question.
Any other quick questions before we open the public hearing? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing for the consideration of an ordinance approving a rezone request for property located at 15 West Old Highways 6 and 50 Thompson Springs from ranging grazing to general business zoning, parcel number 07-0021-0073. This public hearing will remain open until June 15th at 5 p.m. And do I have any public comments right now? Any online? Looks like not. Emails can be sent to Grand County Commission concerning this. And thank you. And we have one more public hearing for Kane Creek Preservation and Development LLC to Grand County for sanitary sewer service. And this one looks like Gabriel.
Hey there. Don't have much to report on this. I can offer some things regarding process. The request in the packet before you is submitted to administration and myself and to the attorney, and forwarded along to everyone on the 6th of May, which triggers a 45-day period whereby the commission opens a public hearing, as we are now, to to receive this request for service. At the next meeting, at the June 21st meeting, the commission, you'll take action in support or opposition of the request. And if approved by the commission, the county will proceed to take all measures necessary to provide the service. If denied by the commission, the applicant will be able to proceed with a petition for a local district. And so the purpose of this public hearing is just to allow public input on whether the requested service is needed in the area, whether the service should be provided by the county, and any other matters relating to the request. You can refer to Utah Code 17B, Chapter 1, Part 2, for more information regarding the code governing the creation of local districts. That's all I have for now. I'm not sure if the attorney has anything to add or if there's an applicant present.
Christina, did you have anything to add to what Gabriel just presented?
No, I guess just quickly, we're not sewer service providers. So this is really just a technical step that the developers have to go through by statute to move forward to a request to set up a separate district, which will be a later request that you guys will consider.
Okay, thank you. And it doesn't
So
look,
I had a follow-up question on that. And then this local district, is that something that just kind of happens automatically if we're not providing sewer service, or is it something that we make
No.
make a legislative?
Right. The county by statute must authorize that. You can deny it. I'm not sure what the applicant has in mind, so it could be a local district, a special service district, or a public improvement district. All of those, the county has a significant role and must approve. If, the alternative to that is that we would require that they would run utilities along the roadway and connect to the existing system like every other developer. So that's a whole separate process.
Okay, thank you.
all right, and it doesn't look like there's
somebody in the middle there.
Members of the commission, my name's Craig Smith. I'm an attorney. I represent the applicant. I appreciate the explanation that we've been given. Happy to answer any questions. This is, as was mentioned, the first step of a process, a hearing on a request for service, and depending on what the commission does at its June 21st meeting, there's different directions we go. But this is that process. Happy to answer any questions, but I know it's been a long day, at least has been for me, and I know you've been in meetings since 4 o'clock, so I'm not going to belabor things unless you have questions. I'm happy to try to answer those.
any questions for Mr. Smith? All right, it doesn't look like we have any questions for you. Thank you. And seeing that, I will open this public hearing for Kane Creek Preservation and Development LLC to Grand County for sanitary sewer service. The public hearing is to remain open until June 15th at 5 p.m. Comments can be sent to the Grand County Commission. Anybody have any comments right now? All right, seeing none.
Oh, no, I was just gonna make a motion.
All right.
Tired over there. I have a motion to postpone the strategy session to discuss the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property until our strategic development planner requests.
Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
All right, any discussion on that? All in favor of Mary's motion? Passes unanimously. Thanks.
I know. I think she just like walked right over the top of you there.
I think that was it. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But thank you. All right. In that case, it looks like we've come to the end of our agenda, so I will adjourn this commission meeting. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. This is